We get the NFL schedule this week. Officially, it will be dropped Wednesday at 8 p.m., and we expect to hear and see some games announced today. Maybe as early as the Today Show, a little bit later on NBC, as well. There's some other games later. But again, 8 p.m. Wednesday is the official schedule release in the NFL. One report is that the Chiefs will already face the Chargers in Week 1 against the Chargers in Brazil. That would be a Friday night game. Eric Fisher, Front Office Sports, is the one reporting that, but we'll see. Stanley Cup playoffs last night. Dallas wins over the Winnipeg Jets. Mikko Rantanen continues to stay hot. He had 3 points, a goal, and 2 assists. Stars win 5-2, take a 2-1 series lead over Winnipeg. Florida shuts out the Maple Leafs yesterday in a dominating performance. Sergei Bobrovsky had a shutout, only saw 23 shots. There was a dirty hit that could draw league discipline at the end. Max Domi hitting Alex Barkov from behind into the boards. We'll see what happens there, but that series is tied at 2 games apiece. In the NBA, the Thunder rally to beat the Nuggets by 5 and tie the series at 2 in Denver. Pacers blow out the Cavaliers to take a 3-1 series lead, looking to close it out in Game 5. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
Hey, everybody, what a great day we've got on the way. Beautiful weather. We're going to have a Bills game to talk about, we think. 46 right now, sunny, high of 79. All right. Jeremy and Joe, the whole gang's here.
I am wearing shorts.
I
can confirm. Josh? Yes.
Wow.
Oh, all the way around.
The first day of summer is here.
Is that the first?
4 of 4. This is like
it's the summer version of the groundhog seeing a shadow.
That's right. 4 for 4.
If all 4 of us are wearing shorts, that's the official beginning of summer.
Yeah, because it's 46 right now, but we're all quite confident it's going to be worth wearing shorts by the time we get out of here, which the temperature at 10 a.m. is 65, and by 11 it's 69, and by noon it's in the 70s. So good.
Yeah, awesome.
Hi, how is everybody? How you doing?
Good.
Exciting weekends, anything?
Yeah, I had a multi-day bachelor party in Ellicottville, just hanging out, outside by the fire and stuff. That was the other reason. If you're outside, all day during the weekend wearing shorts, you can't go back to pants at this point. You might as well just put them away. By the way, speaking of that open, so there were a million, the guys buy groceries or whatever for snacks throughout the weekend. Sure enough, what is the one candy left at the bottom of those giant candy bags every time?
Smarties?
Baby Ruth.
Oh, okay.
Every time. It's always Baby Ruth. I was fighting with them at this thing. That's going to be the last thing at the bottom of that candy bag. And sure enough, tons of Baby Ruths. As far as the eye can see. It's all that was left.
I'm going to go ahead and, this might be controversial. Baby Ruth is not that bad, but
no one ever gets excited over a Baby Ruth.
I would agree with that. I think it just needs kind of like a rebranding as something else.
Yeah.
Because
you could just need a new wrapper. Get the bright red Kit Kats and yellow Butterfingers next to it.
Baby Ruth. I don't get it.
Yeah.
I'm with you. Well,
but it was a fun weekend.
Nice.
It was a little cold on Friday, but the rest of it, Saturday was beautiful. At least where I was. Yeah. Ellicottville was beautiful. So
we went to Paw Patrol Live.
Nice.
That was part of our weekend. Yeah.
Saw that. How was that?
I'll give you the full review.
Yeah.
We did that. These two played some golf on Friday.
Nice.
Josh and Owen played golf on Friday. I snuck in about 8 holes.
Okay.
Here and there, just in between events.
So Friday, and we'll be playing here in the Par for a Purpose coming up next week from today, right?
Yep.
Holiday Valley. We played a scramble tournament with the guys that were there. 3 teams of 4. question on a scramble ruling.
Ready.
I hit, so we're on 14, whatever, doesn't matter. It's a par 5. That's the important part. It's a par 5. So we all hit our drives. We don't take my drive. So now we're all hitting 2, and we are probably 240, 250 from the hole. And I hit best shot of the day, rolls right past the hole, misses it by like this much. If that had gone in the hole, would I be allowed to tell people I have an albatross?
You hit the drive.
No, I didn't hit the drive, though.
Then definitely no.
But I hit the 250-yard shot into the hole.
Yeah, you'd be able to say I hold out from 250.
But I can't say I have an albatross.
Not even close. If you hit the drive, yes.
The drive, though, wasn't even like that.
But
it is different.
You got to hit the shot. You have to hit the drive. Not only
I hit the previous shot.
Yes. Not only that, I might even go so far as to say you have to hit your second shot before anybody else hits their shot. You hit the drive.
Why does that matter?
Because otherwise you get to see how the ball bounces off the green. Like if you you watch everybody else hit the putt and then you try to make the putt, that's different.
Right,
you're playing a scramble.
That's right.
You hit the drive and you hit the approach. I think the general rule is everybody let him finish it out.
I don't think there's anything, though, you could really change strategy-wise, though, on a shot from that distance. That's just you're swinging away.
Well, maybe you see 3 other guys almost get it there because that's 250, but it's playing 220. And did you see how it rolled all the way up to the back? Like any information gathered by watching another shot is an advantage.
Anything.
Yes, but you definitely don't get an albatross unless you hit the drive.
But I would be able to say that I had hold out from 250.
Yep.
Hold out from 250. What would I say? So I'd have to explain that it was a scramble if somebody followed up with, what was that for? They'd be thinking I had a hole in one.
Right. They'd be like, oh, that's part of the scramble, yeah. Yeah, it's tough because...
So it'd almost be more... We've talked about this with albatrosses. Wouldn't that be more impressive than a hole in one? But I wouldn't be able to say that I had anything other than hold out from 250, which doesn't roll off the tongue. It's not clean.
Right, holding out from 250 would be more impressive than a hole in one. Yes,
but not when you tell people.
But it wouldn't really mean anything.
It would mean nothing.
Right. Unfortunately, yes.
Okay.
It'd mean you had a good shot.
I did have a good shot. We missed the eagle putt, but it was a good shot.
Yeah. Did you take the eagle putt?
Yeah.
Oh, all right. You couldn't.
It was like just off the green by the end of it.
Sure.
So I took the first one though.
Well, it's a great day to golf. Anybody can get out there and golf. You can. By the way, grab that.
And it's a major week. By the way,
it is PGA Championship.
Fired up for that
at Quail Hollow. Later today, we'll talk about how Sepp Straka ripped the driver out of my bag. It's fine. It's not a big deal.
Big Sepp Straka beating Shane Lowry there.
And what else is going on today? We'll talk with, I believe we'll talk with Eric Turner of Cover One on the Bills rookie draft class. Rookie OTAs finished up, a rookie minicamp over the weekend. It is schedule week, and we have what we believe is the Bills opening on Sunday Night Football. It's just a generally held belief. Mm-hmm. It has not yet been confirmed. You've got some people saying like, oh, I've got my sources. I can confirm it's going to be this or this or this. And some of those people might be right, and other people might be playing the telephone game. But the chatter is Josh Allen's supposed to appear on the Today Show today. Sal had that from Patrick Hammer over the weekend on Friday, have seen it in Sports Illustrated's SI.com. Mm-hmm. But all of it is the Today Show said he was going to be on. And I don't know there's any sort of, I'm at the Today Show's website, ready to see, hey, here's what's coming up today. Josh Allen will be joining us. Have not seen that. So, of course, speculation is it would make total sense. Allen's there. He's going to talk about the schedule. They're going to talk about Haley's movie as well, which is doing very well. How is it planning a wedding? Oh, and by the way, you guys are going to play the Ravens on Sunday Night Football to open the season. Mm-hmm. I saw Cowboys-Eagles has been reported as the kickoff game. I don't know if that's been confirmed yet.
It's got the one graph I look at puts a little V if it's rumored before the game and not reported, and I've got that as a little V.
Okay.
So it's a rumor.
Rumored, right, not reported. You've got some of these Twitter accounts that kind of NFL nerding or something like that.
Nerding on NFL, the Aussie NFL accounts, the accounts that I follow for like 3 days of the year.
That's right.
And that's pretty much it.
And they've got about 3 days to have their fun, and Wednesday we get the whole thing. So by Wednesday, we get the whole schedule. Thursday, Howard will come in and pick the Bills, as is, of course, the greatest tradition.
Mm-hmm.
But here's a fun question. All right, let's just get right to the Sunday night opener. I think Sunday night opener makes total sense.
Yep.
Because it's NBC and the Bills as an opener, the NFL MVP, all that. Nobody has trouble with that.
Yep.
Then it's going to be who would they open against? Chiefs, no, too early in the year.
And there's a report that they're unavailable anyway. They'll be playing Friday in Brazil against the Chargers.
Would make sense.
Yeah.
That gives me my primetime lineup for the NFL on week 1 is Cowboys on Thursday, Cowboys-Eagles, the report on Thursday, Chiefs-Chargers on Friday, Bills-Ravens, Bills-Bengals maybe on Sunday, and then Monday Night Football would have 1 or 2 as well. It's a strong start. Maybe the Lions get Monday Night Football or something like that. So let's just roll with, okay, we think Sunday night makes sense. On Friday, Sal and I just talked about it for a minute or two. And I said I think the hottest Sunday night opener, he didn't agree nationally, and I wouldn't even dispute this. But for me, the hottest one is Bills-Bengals. Bills-Bengals. If they were to put that up on the screen, like the Ravens, like, all right, let's dance, Baltimore, let's go. Let's go, baby. We'll do this again, and we'll see what happens and probably meet in the playoffs or something. But Cincinnati would be a different story. Cincinnati is the Bengals are coming. Allen has not beaten Burrow. The Bills have never slowed Burrow down, really. And your new-look defense gets its first test against that group. Like, to me, since either game would be amazing.
Yeah.
But Cincinnati, you might feel more confident about beating them. I've got a lot of new Bills defenders in this scheme against Lamar. If it's Baltimore, without getting too far down the road, which we might as well do anyway, I'm hoping. I don't know who I'm hoping for. I just want to stand by. I do think Bills-Bengals to open is hot. Like that is.
You think it's better from our perspective?
I don't know about
more
better.
Than national.
I just think that the ooh is. There's more of an ooh than there is with Baltimore.
It's well, you said Sal disagreed nationally with that because I would agree with that.
Yep.
Like the allure of Lamar versus Josh is it maybe even above anything involving Mahomes? Is that the quarterback matchup in the league right now? People would want to see the most people that would say I can have one quarterback duel on a primetime game. Don't they want Jackson and Allen right now?
I think the answer is still Allen and Mahomes.
Allen and Mahomes?
NFL.com ranked the top 10 games of the year, and they put Bills-Chiefs number 1.
That's right.
So, Mahomes has not had the most productive last 2 years, but he's made the Super Bowl both times. And I still think it's Allen Mahomes is the number 1 rated game.
Mm-hmm. All right. I think it's close, though, at the very least, and I might put Jackson and Allen number 1 for that. So I'm more interested in the Bengals, but I feel like the majority of people would say Ravens and Bills. And, like a little bit of, hey, confirm that you didn't get lucky to that game.
Yeah.
Like, let's see you do it again. Because that game last year, that matchup was a Ravens game beating down the Bills, but they were at home and, whatever, on that blackout game that they had early in the season. And then the Bills deployed their strategy of let's dare Lamar to make a couple mistakes throughout the game. He did. And then you still needed Mark Andrews to make a couple more. He did. And the Bills played a clean game like they did all season, and they won the football game. But they did not go out of there and look dominant.
No.
By any means, beginning to end.
Their defense, rather. It is funny. It's one of those things where the chatter about the Bills' defense letting them down this year in the Chiefs game, the defense was equally bad against the Ravens. I mean, was it 9 yards per pass?
Yeah.
And they got their turnovers. That's how they survived.
Right.
But ultimately, if they had lost to Baltimore, the offseason story would have been, again, how the defense had let them down.
That's right. It would have been about the defense. So, but the Bengals, right, the difference with the Bengals is you just have not beat them yet. And that's where I would be more interested in Buffalo, Cincinnati. But Cincinnati, though, they're, again, Bills, Ravens, it's just here we go again, 2 titans of the league, and they were on top of the league last year, and they're both fighting to finally get over the hump of Kansas City. Whereas the Bengals are in a different bucket, I feel like, to start the year, which is just, can they just get back on top?
Right.
Can they reestablish themselves? That might be why I don't feel like they're perfect for week 1 against the Bills. Like, hey, get back to that top tier that I know you could be on and probably should be on before I'm throwing you right out against the Bills or against anybody like that, the Ravens in week 1. Although this grid I'm looking at has that they believe both Baltimore, Cincinnati, Pittsburgh will all be on the road in week 1 because of potential stadium conflicts.
Okay, so that puts one of those two here.
Yeah.
Cincinnati or Baltimore.
Good chance of it. Good chance of it.
Well, the thing I would ask about that, is Bills-Ravens too good for week 1?
It would be the best week 1 game. But in terms of the quality of the teams, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
It would have to be. I mean, there's not really many potential combos that beat that.
Last year, the Bills opened the season. They're still the Bills. They didn't make the AFC Championship game, but they had lost to the Chiefs in another dramatic game, and they opened home 1 o'clock Arizona.
Yeah.
Okay. So you have great games, and they saved a better game for later in the season. And the Chiefs last year, where did the Chiefs open? They opened against Detroit, right? Detroit at home?
No, it was 2 years ago.
Okay.
Last year it's the Thursday night game off the Super Bowl. The Ravens.
Yes, that's right. Chiefs-Ravens.
Isaiah Likely's toe was out of bounds, right?
That's right.
They lost the game.
Yeah. Yeah. Bengals open against the Patriots and lost 16. I'm just looking at last year's week 1. Week 1 is Rams-Lions.
That's where you'd want to play Cincinnati in week 1 because they're terrible in week 1 like the whole time Zach Taylor's been there.
Without going too far, I did want to say I'd feel better about opening against Cincinnati in week 1 than Baltimore.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, Baltimore...
I'd rather have Cincinnati week 1. Like, I think it's real. They're week 1, like, it's every year. Every year they come out slow.
Yep.
Even past week 1, like week 1, week 2. But if I were the schedule builder, I'd want Cincinnati to reestablish themselves before I am putting them, on week 1 Sunday Night Football.
803-0550 is our number. 1-888-550-2550. So we've got NBC on the Today Show makes one announcement, and Allen will be there, reportedly. I mean, again, you can't really find that anywhere other than people saying the Today Show said it on Friday.
Yeah.
It's been kind of quiet since. I don't know, maybe he's got some other scheduling conflict. Who knows? We'll see. I'm waiting for them to tweet it out. He's going to be here, or show him in the green room, or show, hey, look who's here. We got a schedule announcement to make. NBC is one of 3 networks to make an announcement today. So we don't just get this game. We get Fox and Amazon Prime both announcing select games today.
Yeah, Fox at 4 p.m. I saw, and Amazon at 6:30.
Okay, so I like that they announce it in their window almost. Yeah, I mean, I guess NBC's doing it in the morning, but Fox 4 o'clock. Maybe that's where you get to Thanksgiving. I mean, we could get multiple Bills games announced today. What if Amazon announces Christmas night? Or Black Friday, or Fox does, Thanksgiving with the Dallas Cowboys. So we could get multiple Bills games today. Then tomorrow there are even more. Tomorrow CBS is going to announce select games. So, you get a slow trickle. And for those of you out there that think this is the dumbest thing ever, like, I get it. I don't have a problem with thinking this is all absurd.
Yeah.
But it does highlight how these games and these matchups, the league is a machine. And these matchups, of course, matter. What we think about where they are, when they are, what time of day, how much rest coming into this one. 2 days, short rest against the Chiefs, blah, blah, blah. All this stuff comes into account. By comparison, you and I have talked about this a little bit. The Premier League, they're just like, here it is. And when are the 2 best teams playing? I don't know. Week 13.
I mean, that's how this NFL schedule used to be, right?
It really kind of did. Yeah, like here's the whole thing.
Yeah, it hasn't just been this event for long.
Right, because it used to be AFC's on this channel, NFC's on this channel, a couple crossovers, have a good time. See you later.
Right.
That's it.
Pretty much.
And now it's like...
Also, the Bills didn't... For our interest, they were never in primetime games, so there wasn't really anything to figure out.
That's true.
It was every game was going to be Sunday at 1 o'clock.
That's true. So now, now it's like a Secret Santa pass out, like, Amazon, shake the box, let's see what you've got. Chargers, Chiefs, wow, Brazil, very good, congratulations. Yeah. So, we're going to get a bunch of that today.
I am still... did I miss something over the weekend? Like, again, I was unplugged for a lot of it, but I tried to check back in. There was no rumor about who the Steelers are playing in Ireland.
Minnesota's the rumor I saw.
Was the rumor?
If we're gonna go,
I saw Miami and maybe Washington in Spain, and the London games are all out there now.
What I saw, and this is something where whatever, there was a leak about this, or if it's made up, fine. But it brought up an idea, and that is that Minnesota would go to Pittsburgh in Ireland and then the Browns in London back-to-back weeks. That what the NFL might want to try is not just having the Jaguars over there for 2 in a row, but have a road like Minnesota or a team say, hey, you're going over there, but you're going to stay for an extra week and play 2 road games in a row. So we want to see how that might work for NFL teams to try playing 2 in a row overseas.
Yeah, Ben Gosling, that covers the Vikings for the Star Tribune, said that he was hearing that the Vikings will play back-to-back international games this fall.
So I don't know that a road team has ever done that. I mean, they're all road teams, right? The Jaguars have done that, back-to-back games over there. So this would be the first time a team goes and plays 2 different teams.
Yeah.
And maybe the league wants to know how the travel affected the Vikings versus the Browns, who are not there for 2 weeks. So if that's the case, that's Vikings-Steelers at 9:30 in the morning in Ireland.
It could be. They have road games against the Steelers and Bengals, or Steelers and Browns this year. Steelers host in Dublin, the Browns are in London.
Yep.
So is he saying those would be the 2 games, or Minnesota is hosting a game and then their road game would be one of those 2?
No, he's saying those would be the 2 games. The Bills also have road Pittsburgh, road Cleveland, and could have been considered for a team to, hey, let's send the Bills on a 2-week trip over there.
And that's where my excitement will die here maybe, but listening over the weekend to Mike North with Sal and Matt from last month, which you should check out on Always Game Day in Buffalo, every time they brought up international, sounded to me like the Bills were going to be playing international.
Well,
and that doesn't have to be the case, and maybe at the time they were, and the schedule, they weren't finalized yet, and then things develop the way they do, and they don't end up being whatever. But it was like 3 different times they talked about it. I'm like, man, he sounds like the Bills are playing international this year. But that might not be the case.
Who gets that game? Is that a standalone game?
Which one? The Dublin game?
Yeah.
I think it's YouTube TV this year.
Okay, so
I think it's a streaming game, though, I think.
That's the one they're giving for free. You can just watch it on YouTube for free.
I think so, yeah.
Okay. Well, that's not likely to be announced today, right? Okay. On the Today Show.
I don't think so. No. We have a rumor today about it, another one, but I don't see.
I am doing all the investigative work I can. I'm now following the Today Show on Twitter. My first attempt to do that had me following the Australian Today Show, which
that won't help you.
No, did not help.
In a year it'll help you for this.
Yes,
but not
when the Rams are out there.
Yeah, but not now.
Not right now, no. So we'll keep an eye on it. Bills and who? And will it be Sunday Night Football? Will it be something else they announce?
If he's not on, they'll still if he's not
they're still
on,
announcing
they're
a
still,
game.
Yeah, they're still announcing a game. Okay, right.
Yeah, a game or maybe 2. Again, select games. Do you use this spot and only announce 1? Do you announce 2? If you're NBC, you can announce Sunday Night Football this week and in week 7 or whatever. Mm-hmm. You're trying to draw attention that you get the matchups, right? That's the whole idea.
Yep.
So we'll see what we get. Today's show starts, I learned this today, at 7 a.m. You'll excuse us. We're on again. This is competition, the Today Show.
I don't know. We don't often have the Today Show just on in here.
No.
In the background.
No, that's right. So
I don't know who hosts the Today Show. I could not tell you.
Savannah Guthrie.
Is Al Roker on the Today Show still?
Yes. I'm going to go with yes.
That was a pretty confident yes.
Yeah.
All right.
Yes. He's on the parades, right? I see him on the parades. NBC's parade coverage has Al.
Okay, that's right. Yeah, okay.
I always feel like the parade is an extension of the Today Show, but I could be wrong.
I'm just so unplugged from morning television. Like a week ago, not from this conversation, I know Today Show is NBC. Last week, I might have told you it was the CBS morning show.
Yeah.
Which is Good Morning America, isn't it?
Just to find them, I found the hosts for the Today Show.
And?
You guys. Savannah Guthrie,
Bam.
Kristen Welker, Carson Daly, and Willie Geist.
Okay.
I've heard of one of those people.
I don't know who any of those people are. I'm sorry to those
Carson Daly, I've heard.
Yeah, Carson Daly.
Yeah.
I know all those people, I think. Anyway.
Why, are you a morning television guy?
No, but all these people, I know Willie Geist from being on the news. Sure. Yeah, I know that guy.
Okay. I don't.
Actually, this is where you learn about me that after the show every day, I log online and watch the Today Show on delay.
He's DVRing it right now or at home.
Yeah, every day. I'm out of commission until at least 12 because I go back and watch the Today Show after every show. It's an incredible commitment on my part. Anyway, good morning, Jeremy and Joe. Josh and Owen are here as well. Hope you're having a great day. Happy Mother's Day out there to all the moms, and hopefully, you and yours had a great Mother's Day, whatever it is that you did. And if that's Paw Patrol Live, we can talk about that because we did that. They had 3 shows on Saturday at Shay's Paw Patrol. Yeah.
That's a crowd.
It
was packed?
Oh, yeah.
Holy cow.
Let me tell you, when there's that many people in a building and half of them are under the age of 6, you get yourself a crowd. It was something else. 803-0550, 1-888-550-2550. Kind of counting down until we get our first NFL game confirmed. And could that be the Bills? We sure think so. So if you want to give us a ring on, the matchup you like or whatever, maybe Sunday Night Football to open the season, which would be pretty good. Jeremy and Joe, and your calls here on WGR. Here's the first question. When do we find our first Bills game? Monday, May 12th, NBC makes an announcement on the Today Show. Fox makes an announcement, and Prime Video makes an announcement. I really think there's only one spot for that one, and that's Prime. Because NBC will be the Thursday night kickoff game.
Yep.
It'll be Eagles and someone at home, whoever that is.
Yeah.
Then Fox will be what? Week 7. It's the Cowboys and the...
Yep.
Or something. Prime Video, May 12th, that's the first Thursday
night game. Yeah.
And that could definitely be the Bills. That could be the Bills. They did it where they were an early Thursday night game. Was that last year?
Was it the Jags?
I thought they played Miami on a Thursday early last year.
Home.
But they were on a Thursday early at one point, recently. Week 2. Week 2 against Miami. Maybe that's 2 years ago they did that.
Okay. It was in Miami.
Yes.
Yeah, because it wasn't here.
That's right.
Yes.
So I think the earliest we can learn about a Bills game
is Monday.
Would be there.
Yeah. And then on Prime. Yeah.
Yeah. It was last year.
It was. So that was home then.
It was
because they played early, they flipped.
It was in Miami. The Bills open with the Cardinals, 34-28. They win that game. They go to Miami. Remember, they pick off to Jamarcus Ingram had a pick 6.
Yes.
They win in Miami 31-10. They run all over the Dolphins. So, you know what? I'm taking it back. They're not opening on Prime. They're not opening on Thursday Night Football.
They're not going to do it 2 years in a row.
I don't think so.
Yeah.
That was last year. So those are the first 3.
Maybe they throw a New England game in there early.
That's right, they could. ESPN on Tuesday. We find out some of ESPN's schedule on Good Morning America. And then on CBS mornings, we find out some of CBS's. And on Netflix on Wednesday, May 14th, we find out some of Netflix. So the full schedule comes out at night, but we're going to have, 15 to 20% of it by the time that reveal actually comes out.
I'm excited.
Is it earlier right now than most normal 6 o'clocks? I know 6 o'clock is pretty standard, but it feels early.
Is it wait, what?
You know how it the real feel? We should do that with time. It's 17, but the real feel is 7. It's 6 a.m., but the real feel to me is like 5:15. Feels earlier.
A time real feel.
Yeah, time real feel. The same thing happens when, can you believe it's already June?
Yeah.
That's you saying it feels like it's mid-May.
That happens more with days of the week, doesn't it, than anything?
Okay, so it's Thursday, but the real feel is Tuesday.
It's Tuesday.
If we can do it with temperature, why can't we do it with other things?
Yeah, just do real feel with everything.
Right, the Bills won by 7, but the real feel was like 15.
See, now that's a good idea.
The real feel?
I really like that. Like yesterday, we referenced that Bills-Bengals game where the Bills only lost by 6 in Cincinnati.
Yeah,
remember that?
But the real feel was like 11.
Was that they lost by like 20.
Okay.
In that game, the real feel was 38-18.
Right.
For that football game.
The real feel of the perfect game against New England, They won by 30, but the real feel was 100.
Yeah.
Because they were so perfect that day.
Yeah, real feel 98-3 might have been the real feel.
I
for
like
that
it.
Game. I like sports real feel.
We should use this. All right. Put it on the table for the next Sabres game. Yeah, they win a game.
Could do it for players, too. Like, I don't know how many goals Jack Quinn scored last year, but the real feel was 4.
Right.
The real feel on Jack Quinn goals last season was 4, but he probably scored, 12? something like that.
That sounds right.
Yeah.
The real feel.
Yeah, more real feel in life. All right.
I'm sold.
He scored 15, by the way, last year.
I would not have guessed that.
15
15,
goals.
but the real feel is
6.
Okay, 6.
Yeah, bump him up to 6 a little bit. Not something I ever thought of, but I'm in. Anything. Let's throw it in to sports.
I'm trying to think of like another really good example where this would apply.
The real feel on Liverpool winning the title was actually like 30 points, and it was only like a 12-point difference. NFL schedule release on Wednesday at 8 o'clock, but rumors and announcements before that. We expect that the Today Show will unveil at 7 o'clock or just after what Week 1 Sunday Night Football will be, also the season opener. A little bit later on today, 4 o'clock is expected the Fox announcement for their Week 1 game, or it could be later on in the season, but something from Fox at 4, and then Amazon expected at 6:30. So get some announcements today and some rumors along the way as well. In the playoffs last night in hockey, Dallas takes game 3 over Winnipeg 5-2. Mikko Rantanen cannot stop scoring. He had 3 points last night. Historically great run now statistically in his last 6 games. Florida wins over Toronto 2-0. That series is now tied at 2 games apiece. Florida taking both games on home ice. Tonight, you have Capitals and Hurricanes at 7 and Oilers Golden Knights at 9:30. In the NBA last night, Nuggets fall to the Thunder, so that series tied 2-2. Pacers win over the Cavs to take a 3-1 series lead. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
Tavares, Nylander, stick handle away from Kachuk. Good gap by Ekblad. Bennett with Verhaeghe. Bennett drags it, moves it, he scores! What a goal! Sam Bennett brings the house down, 2-0, Florida.
Uh-oh, Leafs.
Yeah, they were bad last night.
Yes.
Their goalie was the only reason they were even in that game.
And then at the end of the game, Max Domi took a run at Barkov on a dirty hit. You want to let's get stupid right out of the gate?
Sure.
Let's get stupid.
How about that hit is let's get stupid?
Yes. Charge a major and start next game down a man for 5 minutes. Let's get stupid.
Oh.
You can't take runs at guys at the end of the game with no fear of having it matter. Oh, you got a match penalty with 2 seconds left. Congratulations.
Right.
Nope. You start next game, down a man.
Even a suspension, if he were to be suspended, I don't know how confident I am that that's going to happen. It should.
Would this just be in the playoffs?
What a trade-off that would be, because
it'd be tough to do like the next time you play the Senators.
Yeah,
you know,
it'd have
in
to be
the regular
playoffs.
season.
Yeah.
I'm not against it. It would be fun, you know. Hey, Sabres and Bruins tonight, 7:30. The Sabres start on a 5-minute power play.
That does more to dissuade the hit even than the suspension would. Because he would take a game suspension if it meant Barkov got hurt for that series. But if you take a 5-minute penalty and your team is shorthanded for 5 minutes to start the next game, aren't you way less likely to throw the hit?
Yeah,
if you're a crazy person like Max Domi.
Right. The idea behind penalties is we want you to not do this thing.
Right.
That's it. Don't do that. And when you do that, here's a penalty. In this case, what's the penalty? There's not going to be a penalty.
No.
It's a really dirty hit.
He's the right distance away from the boards, too, to make it, like, insanely dangerous.
In a not a hockey play, not enough time left for it to matter. It's a free shot. And we see it happen all the time, especially in playoff series, where, you want to settle a score with a guy, and the game's out of reach? Here you go. Last 30 seconds, get after it.
Yeah.
Two-hand him in the leg, whatever you want. Because whatever it is, you're not likely to get suspended for a playoff game because they have a different standard for suspension for a game. So let's get stupid. 5-minute major, start next game.
I love it. I'd be in. Just because this stuff happens all the time.
Right. And not to...
This one's pretty bad, though. Like, among the late game scrums, a scrum at the end of the game is fine. Yeah. But this isn't even like a scrum. This is, in the play of the game, I would say this should be suspended. You are hitting a dude in the numbers from behind at full speed without any intent to slow down on it.
Right. And the game's over.
Like, I don't even care. Right.
You know it's a free shot.
That hit in any moment of the game should be illegal.
Yep. And you know it's a free shot. Well, to borrow/steal from, we do this all the time, and I apologize for people that hate soccer, but what do you do if you get the World Cup? You get a bunch of yellow cards. After 5, whatever, it's like now you're suspended for a game.
Right.
Because the idea is players along the way were abusing, like, I get a free yellow forever. Like, actually, no, you don't. Not anymore. Now we're going to make that 5 of those, and you're out for a game, or whatever it might be. Yep. Is it 5 in the World Cup? Is it 3?
It's 5.
It's 5?
I think it's 5.
5 yellows equals... You have to sit for a suspension. Then
I think that's right, yeah.
Anyway. Leafs.
I saw a little of this. I don't know how I feel about the... Part of me understands hey, Florida, like, this is what you are always asking for when you are the team that does this all the time. Like, You're going to fire up some idiot on the other team that wants to take a run at your captain because this is how you do it. Tkachuk, in Game 1, he missed. Marner saw him coming, but looked like he tried to knee him or at least tried to hit him when he wasn't looking in the final second of Game 1 when they were they up by 2-3, like the game was over. So again, that doesn't absolve the action from Domi, but I do feel like you're asking for this a little bit more when Florida plays scummy like that all the time.
Yep.
They're always, even Tkachuk. Tkachuk you see him smiling at the end of the bench.
Yes.
After that, telling Nylander what he's going to do to him in the next game. Like, he wants you to do that. He wants you to give him a reason so that he can now go after Nylander or Marner again. So, I don't really feel bad for Florida, but it doesn't mean the hit shouldn't be suspendable. Or, in your idea, I'll take that too.
803-0550. Mark Stone day-to-day for Vegas, questionable for Game 4. And the NHL playoffs continue. On the NHL side of things, good morning, Jeremy and Joe. We are tracking the Today Show today. I've still not seen confirmation from the Today Show itself. Josh Allen will be on. There's a lot of belief that will happen. It is, of course, schedule week. Yeah. Jeff writes in, I watched the Today Show on Friday. They teased Josh was coming next week. They didn't specify Monday. So maybe they announced something, and then maybe Josh is in tomorrow to talk about it. Who knows? Like, he's probably got a busy schedule. Although he'd be in town for, phase 2 stuff, and the rookies are in town.
Assuming he's here for that, which he usually is.
Yep, usually.
Yeah.
So anyway, we'll keep you posted on the Today Show and what's happening there. The latest with the Sabres, if you've been keeping up on this, is that David Pagnotta of thefourthperiod.com, he's reported the Sabres have reached out to a number of senior GM role type people and recognizable names.
Yeah.
He reports, whether you want to believe it or not, the Sabres have reached out to Ken Holland, Lou Lamoriello, and was there one other name in here that I'm missing?
There was another name, but on a different, not like on that vibe of the
Rick Dudley?
old school GM. No, there was the Oposo part of it.
Oh, right, okay.
That they talked to or even wanted, I'll forget the exact phrasing, but something that they wanted Kyle Oposo to be a part of the front office, and he is taking a job with the NHLPA.
Okay.
Instead, that's a separate idea. That's Eric Stahl. Right. That's the Eric Stahl part.
And with Oposo, that makes total sense. If we had not mentioned him by now, we probably should have. This is does Ryan Miller want the job? Does Thomas Vanek want the job? Does the after the whistle guys said give Chris Pronger all the money to come in and do it? And what David Pagnotta from the fourth period cites and is clear to think about in this moment for the Sabres trying to hire someone in a advisory role is you're reaching out to people that run franchises to see if they want to put their name on something that they might not be running.
Right.
And that's not likely to work. I mean, does Lou Lamoriello come in and say, I'm an advisor to Kevin Adams? That doesn't strike me as something Lou Lamoriello would want to do. You want to give me complete control of your organization, we can have a conversation. And I saw Paul Bissonnette and Ryan Whitney talking about that. Bissonnette over the moon at the idea that Lou would come in and take this job and take over the Buffalo Sabres.
Mm-hmm.
So,
but as like the president or the GM or like not as a senior advisor.
Right, make everybody shave and play the way that they play.
Right.
So Ken Holland, okay. We're
yeah, and I don't believe he's currently employed anywhere. He was with Edmonton as recently as last year, I think.
Yeah.
But he's not anywhere right now.
No, and the report on that one is that he is maybe entertaining offers. Holland's reportedly in the mix for the Kings and the Islanders GM positions.
Right.
So again, he could be a GM. You're not going to get him to just be an advisor.
Right. You're going to have a hard time drawing, and I am not a Ken Holland guy or a Lou Lamoriello guy. Like, to me, they have made some of the worst trades in the league in the last 5 years.
Is Peter Chiarelli busy?
Oh, he's the worst. He's the king of this, the GOAT of bad GMs for sure. Man, he might be the guy that they end up on. But like, you're gonna have a hard time convincing a Holland or a Lamoriello to come here. I think dangling the GM position in front of them if your competition is the Los Angeles Kings.
Yeah.
Having to fight against that role with senior advisor of the Buffalo Sabres, just good night.
Yeah,
I'm surprised they would even take the phone call. But I like that they're calling. I like that they want to bring in experienced GM like this. I just don't expect at all that they're going to land on this. The name I've thought about all weekend when, I don't know how serious this is. Maybe it's not that unserious, but when I saw that Pagnotta report, like, okay, they called Lou Lamoriello, they called Ken Holland, and they got told, not interested. Senior advisor, you're looking for a guy with GM experience, and this is where you're starting. You're starting with the kingpin guys that have been running great teams for 30 years. And you're probably going to strike out on a lot of those guys. And then where are you going to end up? How did the coach process go last year? The coach process, they said Lindy was their guy, and maybe that's how it went. But is it Andy Strickland in St. Louis said that they tried to hire Craig Berube, and they couldn't because they were competing against Toronto, which you're not going to win that battle. So they can't get Berube, and they're looking, and they get to Lindy. Guy they know, guy who's been here, guy who loves the organization, and he comes back. And I was thinking about that, thinking over the weekend, like, they're going to end up on Darcy, aren't they? I don't know what he's doing, but they're going to end up on Darcy Regier, aren't they?
What was he most recently? Wasn't he with Arizona? Recently?
years ago, though. Like, I don't think it's been anything recent. I don't think he's in hockey. I don't know, at least not that I've seen. But just thinking, like, if they're looking for a guy that has GM experience, they might have to go with a guy who has connections to the organization. And Rick Dudley feels like the better idea here, and we've already talked about him, but he's currently working for the Florida Panthers. Yeah. So if he doesn't want to jump ship, listen, you don't have many. If you got to go with a guy who has a connection to the organization and you want someone who has GM experience, it's a very short list. There's not many people you could call that fit that description. So, Darcy.
He's been out of the NHL since 2016.
Okay, that's longer than I thought.
Wikipedia's last entry is in February 2016. He left the Coyotes for personal reasons.
Am I crazy though? Like,
no, I don't know how they thread the needle.
They're going to want to land on somebody though, right? Because if they don't hire one, won't it look like we couldn't even get this like,
yep.
I don't want to call it a token position because I do think it could have some influence, but everyone kind of knows you want this, and if you don't get it, it'll look like this is more a feather in the cap of you just can't get anybody come here.
Craig and Rochester, quick before the break. Hey, Craig, what's up?
Hey, guys. I was just calling about the Domi hit, and my take is, 20 years ago when Bertuzzi took out Steve Moore, that should have been the moment of being able to really start enforcing not only penalties for or suspensions, penalties for atrocious hits, but also that had stemmed from a prior game. You don't think next game, you have to Chuck already talking about Nylander and stuff. This stuff bleeds over, and part of it's the league, but part of it's the players. And the players from a lot of the national reporters have said they don't want necessarily huge penalties because of the fact they like the ability to play on the line. So I think, Jeremy, your idea of doing a yellow card thing would be a step in the right direction, because the only change is going to be retribution next game by Florida. And this stuff repeats until one of these days something really, really bad is going to happen. But the players kind of want the ability to walk the line in some of this garbage, so then people get hurt.
Yeah, thanks, Greg.
Yeah, this happens in the NBA too, by the way. It's happening right now. Draymond Green picked up his 5th technical in their last game, 5th technical foul. And there's a rule that in the NBA playoffs, if you get 7 technical fouls, you are suspended for a game. So Steve Kerr was talking about this the other night. Like they are with Draymond Green, you've been trying for 15 years.
There's no managing, yeah.
There's no calming him down, but they know they have to, because if he gets 2 more, especially it's only game 3, like if you're the Warriors, you're like, if this dude doesn't settle out, like he'll miss a game 7.
Yeah.
And in hockey, you don't have that risk. You can pick up 4 or 5 minute penalties. You're eligible to play.
Right, there's no cumulative adding up. Yeah. Thanks, Craig. 803-0550 and 1-888-550-2550. Join us in the fight against cancer by riding with Bulldog and WGR's Ride for Roswell team. Saturday, June 28th, once you join our team, you receive an email to pick up your team shirt and water bottle at Tom's Pro Bikes at Walden Avenue in Lancaster. Not a rider, you can still support the cause by donating to our team and by helping us reach our goal of $10,000 before the ride. Visit WGR550.com for details. When we get back, a very fast instant trivia. You guys can pick the hard one or the easy one. I have 2 questions. Hard, easy. Give it a thought. Let me know what you want when we get back. All right, we'll go to that right away.
Might as well.
Pronger is all of a sudden very online and very engaged in debating sports fans, Leaf fans, Sabres fans. You can just, during a game, tweet at Pronger and he'll write back. And I don't know if it is just the kind of thing we do where we fill in the gaps, but Chris Pronger's out there talking with Sabres fans how the team's not tough enough. Okay.
What would you do?
Do you want the job? There's reporting that Kevin Adams might be moved to a different role, and Eric Stahl comes on as an assistant, and maybe there's going to be somebody brought in for an advisory. Okay.
Assistant to the general manager.
Yeah, sure. A lot of restructuring. Give me Chris Pronger. Is that the ultimate? Here's a question for everybody out there. It's a Friday, and we're talking Sabres, GM, and all that stuff, but quickly. Is that the sucker bet, or is that fine because that's how it goes? Because I have officially moved to the place where if you told me a group of 3 to 4 NHL greats from 2006 were going to now be in charge of the team, I would think that's a great idea.
I wouldn't.
What's the problem with it?
I don't have a real reason to push back on any idea.
A lot of front offices, a bunch of former players, and in this case, you would, instead of your own alumni, which you could do that. I've sat here and said, does Ryan Miller want the job?
Sure.
The idea that Eric Stahl is back after sitting with it for a day made me realize, okay, so one of the prominent hockey families in the world, Stahls, he now works for the Sabres. And, when he goes out and about around town, like, oh, you're at the Sabres these days, huh? How things are? Oh, yeah, we're turning it around.
Mm-hmm.
If I owned the Sabres, to me, like that would seem like
something you'd want to do.
Sure. Yeah. Well, not just an ambassador, but somebody with hockey credibility to work with Kevin Adams. So, yeah, I think it's as good an idea as any, fully understanding that might be the sucker bet. But, here we are with the point where the drought is long enough that I don't think the sucker bet really scares anybody anymore because they've tried a lot of stuff.
Doesn't scare me.
The latest with the Sabres, if you've been keeping up on this, is that, so David Pagnotta of thefourthperiod.com, he's reported the Sabres have reached out to a number of senior GM role type people and recognizable names. Yeah. He reports, Whether you want to believe it or not, the Sabres have reached out to Ken Holland, Lou Lamoriello, and was there one other name in here that I'm missing?
There was another name, but in a different, not like on that vibe of the
Rick Dudley?
old school GM. No, there was the Oposo part of it.
Oh, right, okay.
That they talked to or even wanted. I'll have to get the exact phrasing, but something that they wanted Kyle Oposo to be a part of the front office, and he is taking a job with the NHLPA.
Okay.
Instead, that's a separate idea. That's Eric Stahl. Right. That's the Eric Stahl part.
And with Oposo, that makes total sense. If we had not mentioned him by now, we probably should have. This is does Ryan Miller want the job? Does Thomas Vanek want the job? Does the after the whistle guys said give Chris Pronger all the money to come in and do it? And what David Pagnotta from the fourth period cites and is clear to think about in this moment for the Sabres trying to hire someone in a advisory role is you're reaching out to people that run franchises to see if they want to put their name on something that they might not be running.
Right.
And that's not likely to work. I mean, does Lou Lamoriello come in and say, I'm an advisor to Kevin Adams? That doesn't strike me as something Lou Lamoriello would want to do. You want to give me complete control of your organization, we can have a conversation. And I saw Paul Bissonnette and Ryan Whitney talking about that. Bissonnette over the moon at the idea that Lou would come in and take this job and take over the Buffalo Sabres. So,
but as like the president or the GM or like not as a senior advisor.
Right, make everybody shave and play the way that they play.
Right.
So Ken Holland, okay. We're
yeah, and I don't believe he's currently employed anywhere. He was with Edmonton as recently as last year, I think.
Yeah.
But he's not anywhere right now.
No, and the report on that one is that he is maybe entertaining offers. Holland's reportedly in the mix for the Kings and the Islanders GM positions. All right, time for instant trivia.
Let's go.
You want the hard one or the easy one?
Give me the hard one.
Hard one, okay. Ben Solak had this. So Derek Carr has retired.
Yes.
According to ESPN Stats and Info, if Tyler Shuck wins the starting job for the Saints, he would be the first non-round one rookie quarterback to start week one since who?
Oh. Didn't Derek Carr do it?
Derek Carr.
But there's someone in between there.
Yeah, the most recent.
Years ago. I think Derek Carr did do it, though. Most recent
non-round one quarterback to start.
I wish. Why am I thinking of old? Like I thought of Kyle Orton too, but that's forever ago. Round two quarterbacks is where my mind is now. Russell Wilson did this, but that's long.
That's 2012. He did do that. Non-round one quarterback starting week one. Russell Wilson, yes. He was great right out of the gate, too. 26 touchdowns, 10 picks.
What about like Deshaun Kaiser?
That is correct.
Oh, really?
That is it.
Let's go.
You got it. Deshaun Kaiser is correct.
Let's go.
All right. That was the hard one. You got that. Now the easy one.
Okay.
We'll continue with the Derek Carr trivia. Derek Carr has the most passing yards in NFL history without a playoff win. I was just going to ask you to get number two.
Wow.
Number 2 and number 3. Because the rest are they go back a while.
Most what?
Passing yards
passing
in
yards.
NFL history without a playoff win. Derek Carr has the record. Who's second? Who's third? These are gettable.
Okay.
Yes. Like I didn't include Y.A. Tittle, who is 10th here. Or Sonny Jurgensen is 5th.
Y.A. Tittle didn't have a playoff win?
He did not.
What a bum. Is he in the Hall of Fame?
Sonny Jurgensen.
Kick him out?
Number 2 and number 3. Most passing yards without a playoff win.
I thought of Tua, but he's not enough.
He might get there eventually. He's going to need some time.
Yeah.
These are both very, very
They're
gettable.
very, very
very,
gettable.
very gettable.
Justin Herbert?
No.
Is Tyrod on this list?
Nope.
Okay.
But they are both names that we would have discussed at length for different reasons.
Fitz.
Fitz is third.
Yeah.
34,990. And number 2, listen.
Oh, more than Fitz, but less
more
than
Fitz,
Carr.
less than Carr. And I'll say this. Here's your hint. I think he can still pass Carr. He might get back in there. He's not going away.
He could get. Ooh, this is now I really want to figure this out.
He could get back in there.
He could get back in there. Means he's not in there right now.
Right.
But he could get back in there. Who's not in there right now?
Bills legend.
Bills legend?
Yeah. In a way. Bills legend.
What is he talking about? In
Never-
a way, he's a Bills legend?
In a way, he's a Bills legend.
Fitz and Tyrod feel like the only guys this could be, but it's not.
This guy also did not win a playoff game. He also never played for the Bills. Is it Andy Dalton?
Oh,
It's
Dalton.
Andy Dalton. Andy Dalton is second.
He never won a playoff game. Okay.
Carr, Dalton, Fitz. Top 3 passing yards to have never won a playoff game.
Fitz didn't even play in a playoff game, right?
Correct. He was on the doorstep, and the Bills kept him out. Right, with the Jets?
Yeah, that's right. And Dalton, the closest the Bengals ever came to winning with Dalton, he wasn't even the quarterback. McCarron.
Was
The
that
game they should have won in Pittsburgh.
the Vontaze Burfict game?
The Vontaze Burfict game, and then Joey.
that's in
someone
Cincinnati.
Adam Jones punched Joey Porter.
Yeah, sounds right.
Burfict got a 15-yard penalty for hitting Brown, and then Jones got 15 yards for punching Joey Porter, and 30 yards of penalties. They got a game-winning field goal.
Great moments in Bengals history, I guess. 803-0550. When we return, all right, we're going to keep our eyes on the Today Show to see if Josh Allen is on today. They teased an appearance this week. They're going to make an announcement on the NFL schedule at some point this morning. We'll get you up on that. A lot of people seem to think the Bills are playing on Sunday Night Football. But when we get back, I've got 2 things on James Cook. One, he was interviewed by a poker website and spoke a little bit. Ray Davis tweeted about him. And the number I want to get to, I want to open up the conversation on James Cook about what he really does bring to the Bills that not enough people are ready to admit. We also have the Bills' rookie numbers. Everybody's got their numbers.
That's right.
I'm very happy to report I don't see a bad number in the bunch. Although some positions might be immune to bad numbers, but here are your Bills rookies. Shout out the first name of who it reminds you of. Or like who you'll have to mentally say, oh, okay, that's not blank anymore. Now that's Max Hairston. Max Hairston, 31.
It's Rasul.
It is Rasul Douglas.
Yeah, it's Rasul.
Is it Jarris Bird, too?
Yeah, but first things, recency bias.
Okay. And what running back would have worn 31? Some along the way would have worn 31.
Sammy Morris?
That might be right. Here's a fun one. 37. Jordan Hancock is going to wear 37.
It's Larry Centers.
I did not hear you. I did not.
Really?
I did not have you going for Larry Centers.
Really?
No.
Was immediate.
It's not wrong. I can't think of another 37 off the top of my head for the Bills.
Is it bad that I thought of Casey Middlestad immediately for some reason?
You know what? Hey, he would have worn a jersey like this at the World Juniors.
Yes, he would have.
So you're gonna be watching Bills games like, who made that tackle? Middlestad? Oh, geez, no, I gotta get out of my head. That's Jordan Hancock.
Damn it.
All right. Dorian Strong, 43. That's Terrell Bernard.
I was going to say Byron Scott.
Get ready, because Terrell Bernard switching to number 8
is going to be, that's going to be a tough one.
Can I tell you a funny conversation I had with Joe Marino and Jerry Ostrowski on this? So we do a show on YouTube and as part of the Lockdown Bills podcast. It's Bills Squad. It's twice a week. We have like a round table. And Joe is a big numbers guy. He cares about numbers, and he's kind of saying like, Terrell Bernard should have kept 43.
Yeah.
He's not a very big linebacker, and 8's a small number. And I, half kidding, suggested, and I'm still kind of half kidding, if Derrick Henry bursts through the hole and sees 8, doesn't he think, ooh, that's a defensive back?
Yeah, sure.
So one of 2 ways this could go. Terrell Bernard is trying to lure players into thinking he's a DB and then making the play. Or, he's not the biggest linebacker, but anyway, get ready for Terrell Bernard to be wearing number 8.
I thought that 43 was barely a linebacker number.
It is schedule week, and we have what we believe is The Bills opening on Sunday Night Football. It's just a generally held belief. And it has not yet been confirmed. You've got some people saying, like, oh, I've got my sources. I can confirm it's going to be this or this or this. And some of those people might be right, and other people might be playing the telephone game. But the chatter is Josh Allen's supposed to appear on the Today Show today. Sal had that from Patrick Hammer over the weekend on Friday. Have seen it in Sports Illustrated's SI.com. But all of it is the Today Show said he was going to be on. And I don't know there's any sort of, I'm at the Today Show's website, ready to see, hey, here's what's coming up today. Josh Allen will be joining us. Have not seen that. So, of course, speculation is it would make total sense. Allen's there. He's going to talk about the schedule. They're going to talk about Haley's movie as well, which is doing very well. How is it planning a wedding? Oh, and by the way, you guys are going to play the Ravens on Sunday Night Football to open the season. I saw Cowboys-Eagles has been reported as the kickoff game. I don't know if that's been confirmed yet.
It's got the one graph I look at puts a little V if it's rumored before the game and not reported, and I've got that as a little V.
Okay.
So it's a rumor.
Rumored, not reported. You've got some of these Twitter accounts that kind of NFL nerding or something like that.
Nerding on NFL, the Aussie NFL accounts, the accounts that I follow for like 3 days of the year.
That's right.
And that's pretty much it.
And they've got about 3 days to have their fun, and Wednesday we get the whole thing.
schedule release week in the NFL. The schedule officially gets released Wednesday at 8 o'clock, the whole thing. But we'll have games announced before that. Of course, rumors and reports as well. The Today Show, which just got rolling, is expected to announce games coming up here shortly. We'll see if any of those involve the Bills. There's one report from over the weekend that the Friday night Brazil game to start the season will be the Chargers hosting the Chiefs. Elsewhere around the NFL, Derek Carr retiring over the weekend, torn labrum in his shoulder, and he is retiring from the NFL after 11 seasons. Stanley Cup playoffs, Florida shuts out Toronto 2-0 to tie the series at 2. Controversial hit at the end of that game by Max Domi on Alex Barkov. We'll see if league discipline shows up there. The Stars win over the Jets. Mikko Rantanen continues to score. He had 3 points last night. Dallas now up 2-1 in that series. Tonight, Capitals and Hurricanes at 7. Carolina leads series 2-1. Golden Knights and Oilers at 9:30. Edmonton up 2-1 in that series. And in the NBA, you had a blowout win by the Pacers yesterday over the Cavs to go up 3-1 in the series. The Thunder come back to beat the Nuggets and tie that series at 2-2. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
Oh, yeah, playing in the SEC, I definitely feel like it got me, prepared to the best of my ability to play at where I'm at now. Just going against guys, I think this year the SEC led the NFL in draft picks again. So, just knowing that's a whole bunch of guys that I played against over the years, good company.
Bills' second-round pick, T.J. Sanders, as the Bills had their rookie minicamp over the weekend. Saw a bunch of highlights. We'll talk with Eric Turner of Cover One at 8 o'clock about some of their rookies, the differences between the two corners they took. I was watching Max Harrison flip hips. That was the big video from the weekend is, see how he tracks, see how he moves, flips hips and turns and runs and all that. So, hey, rookie camp. It's a good time. Any other around the NFL hot takes on it? The Derek Carr retires.
Derek Carr retiring, which I was trying to see if anyone had the take of, well, this is just because the Saints need cap space.
Yep. They save like $30 million next year by this retirement.
So, is he actually retiring, or is he just going to miss the year? And is it beneficial to everybody if he says he's retiring for a year, and then after a year he says, actually, I'm unretiring? Versus just being on an IR all season.
The Browns are already answering questions about Shedeur Sanders and Dylan Gabriel and who got the first rep at rookie camp.
Okay. It was that more than the only thing I saw about Sanders this weekend was that he tweeted and posted on Instagram a picture of all the guys at Browns rookie minicamp, and there was one omission from that photo that Sanders took with all his teammates, which was Dylan Gabriel, the other quarterback that they drafted. He was the only one not in the picture, I guess.
Where was he?
I don't know.
In the bathroom?
Did he wait for Gabriel to walk away? He goes to the bathroom and says, hey, everybody, get in here. We're going to take a picture.
Team picture. And then he gives him an invite that says it's on Field B. And everybody else goes over to Field A. So anyway, the Today Show is underway. We're expecting one NFL game announcement on the Today Show. We'll keep you updated on that. There had been a report over the weekend that Josh Allen will be making an appearance on the Today Show this week. And I think that has led people to think it's going to be today. And then we're putting it all the way to the Bills are on Sunday Night Football to open the season because that's an NBC game. So, there's connecting of dots. As soon as there's actually something hard to go with, we'll do that.
NBC showed, when they started the Today Show 8 minutes ago, there was a graphic about, countdown to kickoff, whatever. They're going to do something football on here. But there was no Josh Allen anything.
No.
So,
not yet.
It's just footballs.
Right now, we're at the Pope delivering his first Mass, and we'll let you know when when do they get to football? Football after the Pope, turns out. After the Pope.
Yes.
But
there might be politics first, too, and then they get to the football.
Some sort of announcement coming. While we wait, I had something on James Cook for you that I wanted to get to because, all right, did we have more on Cook over the weekend? Yeah, kind of. He was at a poker event and asked about his contract and asked about if he's going to, how it's going to go. And he also got into, we also got to see, I saw this entire poker write-up about what he did in the game of poker. And he's just learning poker. And as someone that is not exactly some sort of expert in poker, reading what Cook did, not the kind of thing you should do. Like going all in with a...
Even you knew that?
Yeah.
What do you go all in with?
He just bluffed a million times and lost his entire stack on a 5. I don't know. It was terrible.
5 high?
Something like that.
So he just had nothing.
The article basically said like he bluffed everything he had away multiple times. Like he was just bluffing all the time. So put that over there.
Wait a minute. Oh, he's bluffing. Write that down.
I'm just saying.
Write that down. Like, hey, if he doesn't show up to training camp on day 1, we could just remember, hey, guys, remember, he's a big bluffer.
Yep.
He's not actually going to hold out the whole way. Remember what he did in poker.
So one thing here about Cook that I found. We're waiting to see what the Bills do on James Cook, and all indications are he's expected to show up when things are mandatory. Anyway, Ian Hartitz had the breakdown of this. Running back carries inside the 5 for the last 4 years, 2021 to 2024. How many carries do your running backs get inside the 5-yard line? And the reason I wanted to really look at this was because I think a thing, Joe, that you hear a lot about Cook is that regression is coming. Touchdown regression is coming. What do you have, 17? You're not going to get 17. 16? Okay. Yeah. You're not going to get that many rushing touchdowns if you're James Cook. So the Bills shouldn't pay him on that because he's likely to drop back a bit. And that might be true. But Ian Hartitz had this. So running back carries inside the 5. He has it broken down from the 1, the 2 to the 5, and then overall inside the 5 combined. And where do the Bills rank in running back carries inside the 5 in the last 4 years?
I would guess not that high because of all the Allen sneaks.
Correct. Not that high.
Yeah.
The chart was about the tush push and basically how how it has affected running back carries inside the 5. But one thing about this is kind of funny. Where do the Eagles rank in running back carries inside the 5?
I would say the same thing, low.
3rd.
For running back carries inside the 5?
From the 2 to the 5, they give it to the running back all the time.
But not from the 1.
The 1 is Hurts.
Right.
They have the fewest at the 1, the fewest, and the most from the 2 to the 5.
Okay.
Where the Bills have not a lot at the 1, that's where Allen's going to sneak it in.
I was going to say,
and from the 2 to the 5, they're kind of in the middle. So the idea that Cook is going to get a regression on touchdowns, I might be willing to buy that if he was getting a bunch of 1 and 3 yard touchdowns, but he's not.
Right.
He's not getting that. He is providing this offense a pop that other running backs don't. Like, think about this for Saquon Barkley. In the last 4 years, the Eagles have given the ball to their running back from the 2 to the 5 78 times. For the Bills, that number is 47. 31 carries inside the 5 to running backs for the Eagles, and yet they're the team that gets looked at as the quarterback steals all of the touchdowns. If you're running back for the Eagles, you're getting more carries inside the 5 than you are for the Bills.
Yeah, well, I guess this is kind of your point. I want to update this because the last time I looked this up, December 22nd, I had this tweet that the most rushing touchdowns in the NFL, not from the 1 yard line. James Cook, number 1 with 12, Saquon Barkley, number 2 with 11. But that's only not from the 1 yard line.
Not from the 1, right.
Like those two guys were, like a lot of other guys might have stacked up their touchdowns. Derrick Henry, maybe. Others. I got Kyron Williams up here that maybe were stacking up touchdowns from the 1. This was Jamal Williams a couple years ago.
Sure.
Remember, he had like 9. Didn't he have like 12 touchdowns from the 1 yard line?
The Lions have had 52 carries from the 1 yard line for running backs in the last 4 years. 52. The Bills 19.
Yeah.
They don't give it to the backs at the 1, and it's not really to say anything other than, I don't want to treat the running back like he's he just snags a bunch of touchdowns from the 1, the 2, the 5.
Yeah, that's true.
Especially as a part of this offense.
Yeah.
And the way that they want explosiveness and the way that they want to commit to running the ball, and as good as the offensive line is, what they have in Cook is someone that allows the line to get the most out of what it is. So, again, the number gets tough because he wants 15. That might be tough. His brother says 20. I don't think so. But there's got to be a number where it makes sense for the Bills, and I'm inclined to think that number can absolutely be 10 in that neighborhood. I mean, Derrick Henry just signed for 8 last year, but that's probably because he's a little older. I mean, I don't have any issue with the Bills going to the 10 neighborhood and maybe a little more because he gives you pop that I don't think you can just count on getting that.
Is that to say, though, you think his touchdown number is repeatable or even likely to repeat?
If we're going just the touchdown number,
yeah,
definitely repeatable. Because what if they start to, hey, you know what? The coach said that the tush push is a little bit dangerous. Josh is getting a little bit older. We want to protect him from all these hits. They could definitely start to hand the ball to the running back inside the 5, something that they, by comparison to the league, they don't really do.
I guess I would doubt that they're ready to do that yet, though. I mean, if McDermott already believed it was an unsafe play, he still was running it because he knows it's the most efficient play. He knows it's the most effective play, and I guess I'm skeptical that they will suddenly start giving the ball to the running back this year at the 1-yard line. I guess they could, because to me, like Cook, how many touchdowns is he going to have from distance like he did last year? I'm hoping a couple.
10?
But
what do you have last year from distance?
I've got from 40-plus yards at least he had 4, which, by the way, all other Bills in the McDermott era have 3 combined.
Okay.
From 40-plus yards rushing touchdowns. He had 4 last year. He's probably not getting 4 40-yard touchdowns again.
Okay.
He could still get, I'm not saying he'll have 2 like he did 2 years ago. That might be a good question, though. What will he be closer to? The 2 that he had 2 years ago or the 16 he had last year?
What's more likely, 2 touchdowns or 16 for Cook? 16. Barring injury.
16 is. I might be right down the middle on that, though. Like, I might predict like 9 or 10 for him.
Okay.
Because I don't think those 1-yard touchdowns are coming from him.
Right in the middle is 9. So you place Cook's over-under on touchdowns at 9. What would you take?
That's a good number. I might take under.
I mean, I'd take over in a heartbeat.
I might take under. I think it's going to be tough to repeat how many touchdowns you had from distance just because it's hard. The most in the league last season. And more than Barkley. Actually, that might not be right. The Barkley one was not from the 1. But either way, like, when you got to live off touchdowns from a distance like that, you could still be a super effective runner. You got caught at the 2-yard line 6 times this year. Right. As opposed to last year where you made it in. That happens. This is a fantasy thing that sometimes gets looked up. How many times did a guy get stopped at the 1? Because you didn't score there, but those are players sometimes you like to bet on because it's, he's getting close and you're going to get some positive regression in that department. I think with Cook, you could have it go the other way.
You could.
I just would take under 16. If it was 9, I mean,
16 is a huge number. Right?
I know. But if it was 9, I might.
I'd
lean the under.
I'd hammer the over on 9.
You want to bet it?
Sure, put it on the bet board.
All right, 9 over under 9. So for you, he needs 10 or more, and for me, he needs 8 or fewer.
10 touchdowns from James Cook.
All right. We got a spot right up there. Actually, we got to erase. Well, no, we don't have to erase that Bills draft earlier bet because it hasn't happened yet.
Yeah, running back or linebacker.
We could just erase it rather than wait a year.
That goes to next year.
All right.
It's interesting to me what they do with him because, it's a little bit like everything we think. When we look at moves they make, we tend to treat them as if it was one or the other. Oh, well, they liked this player. They didn't like this player. Mm-hmm. Oh, they went and got, Michael Hoyt. They love they didn't get, they went for Bosa, not Khalil Mack. Would they have signed Khalil Mack if he had decided to move?
Maybe.
The moves you make in an offseason, the draft picks you make, there's 1,000 different outcomes for what the Bills could have liked. And for Cook, he says 15, they say no. That doesn't mean that the Bills are telling Cook to buzz off and starting to plan for their future, but they might start to lay the groundwork for that. They might know what's their offer. Do they have no offer on the table? Last time Bean updated the Cook thing, he said, basically, we can get to it next year. We weren't really close. Okay, well, what's not close? Isn't that relative? He wants 15. The Bills have offered 8.5. That's not close. But that is a substantial offer.
Yeah, it is.
And that would be a second contract from. So we kind of don't know where the Bills are willing to go. And if they're willing to go to 8.5, and then he duplicates what he did last year, are they willing to go to 12? Because he all of a sudden is a guy that can consistently put up 40-yard touchdowns or big plays. I mean, the offense is still going to want big plays. And whether that's McDermott wanting it or Joe Brady wanting it, he does give you more than the other running backs do in the run game. He gives you more.
That's right. He gives you more down the field, explosive runs, right? All the big plays he had last year, he runs away from defenses. He was getting runs to the outside like he hadn't been in the first couple of years. I have no expectation, though, that they would sign him before the start of the season. Just the little things we pick up about him and the way Bean has sounded, you got to do it again. I mean, and again, that wasn't even confirmation that they would be the ones to give him that contract if he were to go out and have 15 touchdowns and 1,200 yards again, or whatever he ended up with yardage-wise. So,
but that's only because Bean doesn't know. He might be, let's say he backs it up and does it again, and Bean's willing to go to 13.
But then Cook,
but then
he
Cook
doesn't
goes
know how
out.
Cook's going to operate.
Right, but then Cook goes out and he gets 15,
or Cook will say then, okay, I did it. I thought I was worth 15 when I did it once. Now I think I'm worth 20.
Okay, and the Bills are
and the cap went up,
and the Bills are willing to go to 13, and another team goes to 16, and he leaves, and we say, well, they weren't going to pay that money, but they might have very well been ready to pay more than we know,
which I think is maybe the best case scenario, which is you get the most out of him and you keep going without ever having to give him the big second contract. You could even franchise tag him.
Yep.
I don't know how he'll like that. The way things have started here, where they're by Bills standards, they're a little contentious, right? Just in that, like, everything else has always seemed so easy for them on the contract front. Like that to me is a good outcome. You play him this year on the final year of his deal. If you can get him to come in and play on a franchise tag without, rioting about it, because he could, then that is getting... That's how many years are you getting out of that player? Is that 6? It's 5 years?
Yeah.
5 years out of a running back, and you would hope that all that would be good production. That to me is the dream from a team management perspective. But also, if I'm Cook, I probably am not just laying down for that. You're going to play me 2 more years. I'm basically on a 2-year contract right now. Because what's the tag going to be for a running back? Is it even 15?
No, not yet.
Maybe by next year it'll be 15?
The tag is under what his ask is, which is,
It's okay, here you go. Here's your $15 million, but we're not giving you 4 years. By the way, the Today Show said 7:38.
7:38
for their big announcement.
Major football announcement.
7:38.
All right.
So 17 minutes.
Oh, I get it. 17 minutes.
Uh-huh. Yeah, I definitely did that on purpose.
There was a Mike Tirico
Definitely did
sighting.
that on purpose.
Tirico.
Yeah.
So Sunday Night Football.
Wait. Tirico said it or he teased it?
No, they just panned to him and he waved to the camera and he reached in his pocket to pull out the card and then he
So that means Tirico is probably announcing the game.
Yeah, maybe.
Not
is Alan,
Josh
is
or
Alan
somebody else
coming on to talk about it? Is Alan coming on later this week?
Maybe.
The mystery deepens. 803-0550 and 1-888-550-2550 to join us on the schedule or on the James Cook stuff if you want it. It's not really going anywhere yet.
He wouldn't say the story I read, or the headline I should say I read, was that he declined to say whether he will hold out for a new contract.
Okay.
Is there any expectation he's going to hold out? I'm not really thinking about that. I'm not really worried about that if he does. I mean, part of it is what the Bills are. They would hate this, I'm sure, and they wouldn't want this to happen. I'm sure McDermott wouldn't want him to sit out games or whatever. Even if you told me, hey, he's going to sit out 4 games of the year in a holdout, but he's going to show up eventually. All right, I'm good. This was my reaction when the 2 linemen got suspended, Hoyt and Ogunjobi. Okay, my season's about January. Are they on that field for me in January? They're going to miss weeks 1 through 5. Ooh, oh no! I'm so afraid of being 4-1 or 3-2 instead of 4-1.
So Sal says they're going to announce the Week 1 opener on NBC. Eagles and somebody,
and that's it, or he's just that at least.
I don't know.
Okay.
I said, is there another announcement after that? Is the Josh Allen on next week was not going to be Monday?
Uh-huh.
This is going to be the biggest schedule disappointment of our lives.
If it's just, hey, the Eagles and Cowboys are going to play Week 1,
yeah,
that would be pretty lame.
Of all the games to announce,
it is
the lamest to announce just because we already know the Eagles are playing on that day. You're really only announcing one thing.
Dallas.
An opponent.
If it's Dallas.
Yeah. Well, we're all suckers. I am a sucker.
Yes.
We are all suckers. Then again, what else were we going to do?
Yeah, the schedule for the schedule, again, through and through. So 3 today. But see, where... They got to be announcing both. There's no other... I mean, they wouldn't be making a second announcement. All I have is NBC Monday, Fox on Monday, Prime Video on Monday, and then tomorrow ESPN on Good Morning America. Wednesday mornings CBS and CBS mornings, and then Netflix on Wednesday as well. But there's no like second, because that covers all your bases for your big window, like week 1 game. Netflix would be Christmas, right? But when would we find out Sunday Night Football? Just through a leak?
I guess so.
They wouldn't want to announce that too?
I mean, right. If they just announce only the opening game, then, I mean, I don't know, I guess. Feels like a missed opportunity to get more people talking about NBC's game or two or three.
And then the NFL will also announce officially the international games tomorrow morning on Good Morning Football. So that will include the Ireland game and all the others.
All right. Well, we could be waiting a little longer than we thought. 803-0550.
Maybe we could. Maybe. We'll see.
Listen, I feel like a sucker if it's just the Eagles. But what else is new? Jeremy and Joe. Stay tuned. 7:40. We found out the Eagles and Cowboys play. The Cowboys have played on that opening kickoff game a couple times. They played against the Bucs a couple years ago after the Bucs won the Super Bowl.
Okay.
So they could be back in there again.
Did they play the Eagles the last time the Eagles opened the season?
Maybe.
I don't remember who the Eagles played off of that year.
Eric Turner Cover wanted to talk a little bit about the Bills' rookie class as they went through their rookie minicamp this past weekend. We'll talk to him about the Bills' rookie class and how it affects the defense. That's coming up at 8 here on WGR. It is schedule week. And we have what we believe is the Bills opening on Sunday Night Football. It's just a generally held belief. And it has not yet been confirmed. You've got some people saying like, I've got my sources. I can confirm it's going to be this or this or this. And some of those people might be right. And other people might be playing the telephone game. But the chatter is Josh Allen's supposed to appear on the Today Show today. Sal had that from Patrick Hammer over the weekend on Friday, have seen it in Sports Illustrated's SI.com. But all of it is the Today Show said he was going to be on. And I don't know there's any sort of, I'm at the Today Show's website, ready to see, hey, here's what's coming up today. Josh Allen will be joining us. Have not seen that. So, of course, speculation is it would make total sense. Allen's there. He's going to talk about the schedule. They're going to talk about Haley's movie as well, which is doing very well. How is it planning a wedding? Oh, and by the way, you guys are going to play the Ravens on Sunday Night Football to open the season. I saw Cowboys-Eagles has been reported as the kickoff game. I don't know if that's been confirmed yet.
It's got the one graph I look at puts a little V if it's rumored before the game and not reported, and I've got that as a little V.
Okay.
So it's a rumor.
Rumored, right, not reported. You've got some of these Twitter accounts that kind of NFL nerding or something like that.
Nerding on NFL, the Aussie NFL accounts, the accounts that I follow for like 3 days of the year.
That's right.
And that's pretty much it.
And they've got about 3 days to have their fun, and Wednesday we get the whole thing. Ian Hartitz had the breakdown of this. Running back carries inside the 5 for the last 4 years, 2021 to 2024. How many carries do your running backs get inside the 5-yard line? And the reason I wanted to really look at this was because I think a thing, Joe, that you hear a lot about Cook is that regression is coming. Touchdown regression is coming. What do you have, 17? You're not going to get 17. 16? Okay. Yeah. You're not going to get that many rushing touchdowns if you're James Cook. So the Bills shouldn't pay him on that because he's likely to drop back a bit. And that might be true. But Ian Hartitz had this. So running back carries inside the 5. He has it broken down from the 1, the 2 to the 5, and then overall inside the 5 combined. And where do the Bills rank in running back carries inside the 5 in the last 4 years?
I would guess not that high because of all the Allen sneaks.
Correct. Not that high.
Yeah.
The chart was about the tush push and basically how how it has affected running back carries inside the 5. But one thing about this is kind of funny. Where do the Eagles rank in running back carries inside the 5?
I would say the same thing, low.
3rd.
For running back carries inside the 5?
From the 2 to the 5, they give it to the running back all the time.
But not from the 1.
At the 1 is Hurts.
Right.
They have the fewest at the 1, the fewest. and the most from the 2 to the 5.
Okay.
Where the Bills have not a lot at the 1. That's where Allen's going to sneak it in.
I was going to say,
and from the 2 to the 5, they're kind of in the middle. So the idea that Cook is going to get a regression on touchdowns, I might be willing to buy that if he was getting a bunch of 1 and 3 yard touchdowns, but he's not.
Right.
He's not getting that. He is providing this offense a pop that other running backs don't. Like, think about this for Saquon Barkley. In the last 4 years, the Eagles have given the ball to their running back from the 2 to the 5 78 times.
Mm-hmm.
For the Bills, that number is 47. 31 carries inside the 5 to running backs for the Eagles, and yet they're the team that gets looked at as the quarterback steals all of the touchdowns. If you're running back for the Eagles, you're getting more carries inside the 5 than you are for the Bills.
Schedule release day is Wednesday in the NFL at 8 p.m., but we'll learn some things today and tomorrow, and probably the season opener in about 7 minutes on the Today Show, and we'll see if we get the Sunday night opener as well, potentially involving the Bills. But we do expect to see who the Eagles will open up the year against in about, 7 minutes on the Today Show. In the NHL playoffs last night, Toronto gets shut out by Florida 2-0, so that series is now locked up at 2 apiece. Stars win over the Winnipeg Jets 5-2. Dallas leading that series 2-1. And tonight's action, you have Hurricanes and Capitals at 7. Carolina leading 2-1. Vegas and Edmonton is at 9:30, and Edmonton leading that series 2-1 after a win over the weekend. In the NBA playoffs, Thunder beat the Nuggets, tying the series at 2. Pacers beat the Cavaliers by 20. Indiana leading that series 3-1. Back to football for a moment. Derek Carr retiring from the NFL after 11 seasons. Torn labrum in his shoulder. So Tyler Shuck, the second-round rookie out of Louisville, is now the favorite to be the starter for New Orleans. Again, about 6 minutes away from our first scheduled drop of the season. Coverage of the NFL schedule release on WGR presented by Window Nation, the perfect fit for your home and wallet. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years being your hometown dealership.
He did. That was gross. I think he ate too much. I think the cooking in the kitchen was too good, so a few less wings next time. He also apologized to the offensive line because they were real close to it and almost standing in it. But he's fine. He's got the right mentality.
Browns coach Kevin Stefanski, their first-round pick, Mason Graham, puked at minicamp. Too many wings?
Too many wings. Sounds like a should have been a Bills draft pick.
Shout out the day that Mike Mularkey said somebody ate too many greens. Benny Anderson. Was there a Bill named Benny Anderson?
Not that I remember.
Benny. Chris Brown's going to text me this, hopefully the answer.
Benny Anderson?
No, Benny. Benny ate too many vegetables. Benny.
I don't ever remember a Benny.
I don't think it's Anderson. Benny somebody.
Is that like Christian Benford's locker room nickname, by the way? Benny?
Somebody's going to remember
Fast
this.
Benny? No, that's Fast Freddy.
No, Fast Freddy. Was it Benny? Somebody ate too many vegetables. He said he was turning green. Like Malarkey was making a joke at a press conference forever ago. I mean, forever ago.
Like 2004?
Yeah. 5 minutes away from finding out a game in the NFL. I mean, listen,
yeah.
Can we have a family meeting for a second here? On the one hand, I'm sorry we're doing this. But on the other hand, I wanted it to be Josh Allen fighting the Bills. Played one game. It might be a letdown in that it's just going to be the Eagles opener because Mike Tirico's there, and we have not seen Allen. If Allen were there, they would have shown him by now.
We could be. I mean, I'm still hopeful that we're going to get the Sunday night game.
They can get 2 announcements, you're hoping?
I think we could have, even if it's just Tirico. Tirico could tell us both the NFL opener and the Sunday night opener.
That's right. They could.
You could get both. I mean, he'll be calling both, won't he?
Yes.
So you could. I think you could have both games announced, and that could be the Bills. I mean, would the Bills not be the? Would you not still think of them as a leading favorite to be the Sunday night game? They're in it.
Yep.
They're definitely one of those home. If Kansas City's off the table because they're going to play on Friday, and Philly's off the table, and Dallas is maybe off the table, like there are other options. But Baltimore's thought to be on the road in week 1. Cincinnati's thought to be on the road in week 1, so they can't play each other. The dots kind of line up where I think the Bills' odds are pretty good to be the Sunday night opener whenever it does get announced. But we'll see. Was watching a video during the update. Pablo Torre has been all over the Bill Belichick story in North Carolina. Pablo from ESPN. I mean, he's on MSNBC and a lot of other stuff too. He says this weekend he thinks there is absolutely a real chance that Belichick does not make it to week 1.
Okay. With North Carolina.
With North Carolina, because there's a buyout in his contract in June 1st that goes from $10 million to $1 million after June 1st, and that his implication is that this Jordan Hudson story that's mostly gossip about Belichick might lead to Belichick realizing that he's not the boss he thinks he is in UNC. And that will be why he steps away.
One thing that strikes me throughout this Belichick story is we're all like learning about his girlfriend who placed second at Miss Maine, and I saw some of this reporting from Pablo Torre that
his family is like very concerned, and like his daughter-in-law is like on social media like saying pretty nasty things about her, and just like there's a lot of stuff.
Wasn't the first red flag that Bill Belichick took a job at North Carolina? To me, it's odd that we all just said, "Oh, okay." You're what?
Yeah, that's a good.
You've
thought.
won 7 Super Bowls, and you've just decided, you know what? Middling ACC school is up next. That's what I want to do.
Well, to go back in time, what was didn't the explanation make sense at the time? It was
the
NFL didn't. For me, it was the NFL wanted no business with him anymore. They didn't want to turn over all the power to him. But he loves football so much that he wants to be a coach. So, like, hey, this guy just loves ball. That's it. But maybe he loves power more. I don't know. That's how I thought of it at the time.
Is he unable to just go fish for a year?
That's what I mean. Like, I think he is.
Go play golf. Go fish. Go to some tour with Elton John. Is he friends with Elton John, or is that Robert Kraft?
Belichick?
Yeah.
There's no way he's friends with Elton John.
Maybe it's Robert Kraft. I think
that makes a little more sense.
Elton John
to me.
played Robert Kraft's birthday party once or something. Anyway,
I don't know that Belichick has hobbies. What do you know? Like that's how his persona comes off as. All this dude does is watch tape. That's it. He wants to watch ball.
Yeah,
that's it. So the way that was sold, the way he is, I guess that does mean that his hobby is coaching. So what does he want to do? He wants to coach. That's it. But now he's out on beaches and he's doing more, other stuff with his girlfriend. So I don't know. It's just a very weird ending to his football career, one way or another. Maybe he never coaches. Maybe he never even coaches at UNC. If he doesn't, it's just such a weird ending. Have you ever known a person in football to just change 180, like what the story is about them at the end like this?
From chess master to pawn?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like he's being taken advantage of at the end after 25 years of, what was the one that we freaked out about like a year and a half ago when they claimed J.C. Jackson off waivers? Like, oh, this guy, the Patriot way, man, strikes again. Just like he's 5 steps ahead of everybody until right now when he's an old man getting conned, basically.
Yep.
When have you seen that happen? Especially to the dude that is the most accomplished coach in league history. This is the ending. Kicked out of the NFL, nobody wants him, and now this. It's just a very weird, strange story.
Yep. Today's show is back from break. Here comes Mike Tirico to give a game. Are we allowed to give play-by-play from the Today Show? Probably not. We're not going to do that.
We're not allowed to give play-by-play for games. This isn't a game, though. Well, it's announcement.
Hold on. Let me email them and get the express written consent of the Today Show to talk about what's happening.
Major NFL announcement. You know what could be worse than it just being Cowboy? It just says major NFL announcement. What if it's Aaron Rodgers signing with the Steelers?
Which, that could happen soon. Mike Tirico's here. Are they really doing this to announce one game?
I think it's going to be 2. You're right. Like, all this for one? It is the season opener.
Right, where we already know where it is and who's at least half of the teams.
We can't play that game, though, because yes, us and a lot of our listeners will already know the Eagles are playing week 1. How many people, just casual people that watch the Today Show know that the Eagles automatically play week 1?
That's fair.
They might not know that. So I don't know that we can play that game as much as we probably want to. There it is.
Cowboys-Eagles season opener. Okay.
Official.
Cowboys at Eagles Thursday, September 4th. Is that it? One more graphic. Give us one more. They're still talking. Tirico's there.
He's on the NFL
I want you to.
How do we feel about his fit today? No tie.
Good.
Tirico never wears a tie, though, does he?
The jacket and a collared shirt with no tie is like a good look, especially for. Yeah, I think.
I don't think actually. Do no play-by-play guys wear ties?
No, plenty do, I'm sure. It might be a personal preference. It used to be you had to, and now you kind of do what you want.
Like when I picture Al Michaels in the booth sitting next to Chris Collinsworth, I don't think he's wearing a tie.
Does Al wear a tie? Good question.
I don't think he does.
Tirico talking on the 2025 season. We're seeing the Eagles and their Super Bowl parade. Eagles open against the Cowboys. Once George Pickens got sent to Dallas, that thing was booked for the opener. We got to see. No, kidding.
Al wore a tie all the time. Yeah. I have an MVP bet on Dak Prescott this year, so it'd be nice to get that off and running.
Yeah.
You still hate the Eagles?
No.
You really hated them during last season.
I did.
And even the previous year.
The previous years especially. But now last year got a little better. I like the Eagles. I mean, I don't like the Eagles, no. I'm fine with that.
I feel like you more respect how they...
Sure.
They operate.
They spend more money than most teams. They commit to longer term to try to do whatever they can to win.
They're aggressive. They go after stars all the time.
That's right. As much as it's all about how they did it with their defense, they did it by paying for an offense and drafting a defense.
Mm-hmm.
And, yeah. And they're also, what the Eagles are, is a nice little one to hang on the wall as not everybody gets along. You don't always have to you just have to win.
Right. They often seem like they absolutely despise each other.
A family that bickers and hates each other, but they win.
I think in the playoffs, weren't Sirianni and A.J. Brown like screaming at each other on the sidelines? Was that that might have been end of the regular season? But Hurts and Sirianni almost definitely hate each other, don't they? There was so much smoke about that, and I think Hurts even kind of spoke about it.
Yeah.
And they won anyway. Even if the coach and the quarterback might not get along or are buddy-buddy. I think this is the only game we're going to get.
That's it.
It is, because here comes Al Roker.
That's it. So maybe Josh is on later this week. Maybe.
Or maybe the Bills just aren't involved.
And now it all starts.
Maybe there was a last-second scheduled change, and they had to put somebody else. I don't know. I don't know what happened. Eagles and Cowboys. All right.
Top 5 heartbreak of my sports life today. No,
the first schedule release being that it's the Cowboys and
Eagles. We were duped.
Yeah.
Not really. But again, the report was They teased his appearance. It was not today. 803-0550 on the Bills rookies. We'll talk with Eric Turner of Cover One coming up top of the hour. You can give us a ring if you want. 1-888-550-2550 to join us on WGR. You want to let's get stupid right out of the gate?
Sure.
Let's get stupid.
How about that hit is let's get stupid?
Yes. Charge a major and start next game down a man for 5 minutes. Let's get stupid.
Oh.
You can't take runs at guys at the end of the game with no fear of having it matter. Oh, you got a match penalty with 2 seconds left. Congratulations.
Right.
Nope. You start next game down a man.
Even a suspension, if he were to be suspended, I don't know how confident I am that that's going to happen. It should.
Would this just be in the playoffs?
What a trade-off that would be, because
it'd be tough to do like the next time you play the Senators.
Yeah,
in the regular season.
Yeah,
I'm not against it. It would be fun, Hey, Sabres and Bruins tonight, 7:30. The Sabres start on a 5-minute power play.
That does more to dissuade the hit even than the suspension would, because he would take a game suspension if it meant Barkov got hurt for that series. But if you take a 5-minute penalty and your team is shorthanded for 5 minutes to start the next game, aren't you way less likely to throw the hit?
Yeah,
if you're a crazy person like Max Domi.
Right. The idea behind penalties is we want you to not do this thing.
Right.
That's it. Don't do that. And when you do that, here's a penalty. In this case, what's the penalty? There's not going to be a penalty.
No.
It's a really dirty hit.
He's the right distance away from the boards, too, to make it, insanely dangerous.
In a not a hockey play, not enough time left for it to matter. It's a free shot. And we see it happen all the time, especially in playoff series, where, you want to settle a score with a guy, and the game's out of reach? Here you go. Last 30 seconds, get after it.
Yeah.
Two-hand him in the leg, whatever you want. Because whatever it is, you're not likely to get suspended for a playoff game because they have a different standard for suspension for a game. So, let's get stupid. 5-minute major, start next game.
I love it. I'd be in. Just, because this stuff happens all the time.
Right, and not to...
This one's pretty bad, though. Among the late game scrums, a scrum at the end of the game is fine.
Yeah.
But this isn't even like a scrum. This is, in the play of the game, I would say this should be suspended.
Ian Hartitz had the breakdown of this. Running back carries inside the 5 for the last 4 years, 2021 to 2024. How many carries do your running backs get inside the 5-yard line? And the reason I wanted to really look at this was because I think a thing, Joe, that you hear a lot about Cook is that regression is coming. Touchdown regression is coming. What do you have, 17? You're not going to get 17. 16? Okay. Yeah. You're not going to get that many rushing touchdowns if you're James Cook. So the Bills shouldn't pay him on that because he's likely to drop back a bit. And that might be true. But Ian Hartitz had this. So running back carries inside the 5. He has it broken down from the 1, the 2 to the 5, and then overall inside the 5 combined. And where do the Bills rank in running back carries inside the 5 in the last 4 years?
I would guess not that high because of all the Allen sneaks.
Correct. Not that high.
Yeah.
The chart was about the tush push and basically how how it has affected running back carries inside the 5. But one thing about this is kind of funny. Where do the Eagles rank in running back carries inside the 5?
I would say the same thing, low.
3rd.
For running back carries inside the 5?
From the 2 to the 5, they give it to the running back all the time.
But not from the 1.
At the 1 is Hurts.
Right.
They have the fewest at the 1, the fewest, and the most from the 2 to the 5.
Okay.
Where the Bills have not a lot at the 1, that's where Allen's going to sneak it in.
I was going to say,
and from the 2 to the 5, they're kind of in the middle. So the idea that Cook is going to get a regression on touchdowns, I might be willing to buy that if he was getting a bunch of 1 and 3 yard touchdowns, but he's not.
Right.
He's not getting that. He is providing this offense a pop that other running backs don't. Think about this for Saquon Barkley. In the last 4 years, the Eagles have given the ball to their running back from the 2 to the 5 78 times. For the Bills, that number is 47. 31 carries inside the 5 to running backs for the Eagles, and yet they're the team that gets looked at as the quarterback steals all of the touchdowns. If you're running back for the Eagles, you're getting more carries inside the 5 than you are for the Bills. Hey, we've got a golf tournament we're playing in next week, and we'll tell you about it a little bit here. Par for a Purpose. Join us next Monday, May 19th. Playing a foursome at Double Black Diamond Golf Course. A majority of the proceeds benefit the 11-day power play. Registration includes lunch, dinner, 2 drink tickets, greens fees, cart, and prizes. Visit WGR550/events to register now. Courtesy of Ellicottville Chamber of Commerce and Labatt. It's going to be next Monday.
Exciting.
What's the best hole at the Black Diamond course?
I just played it Friday. The best hole is 10.
Par 3?
Yeah, 10. Par 3. You're kind of up on the mountain hitting. No, never mind. That's one of my favorites.
You're thinking of 13.
Well, no, I'm thinking of
13 is the one where you're
10 is the one I'm thinking of. Is the par 3 that you're way up
a little bit? Yeah.
Yeah. 13 is the par 4
with the
double fairway. That's the best hole.
That's the best view on the course. Yeah. 13.
And we disagree on I think the 11th hole.
11.
I like 11. It's unique. It's challenging. You like. 11, I've heard you rail against it before.
11 is a murderously terrible tee shot, but the second shot is really great.
So like over the valley, like down under the green. There's like a backstop, so you can actually hit it, pass, and it'll roll back. Yeah.
No appearance from Josh Allen on the Today Show. No mention of Josh Allen on the Today Show. So they teased it last week, and it did not come to fruition today.
Yeah.
The Today Show is the one, for anyone's like, well, where'd this rumor come from? It came from them. So we know the NFL's kickoff game. Quick thing on Mother's Day that I just saw that's pretty cool. AC Milan, soccer team in Italy.
Yeah.
Players wore their mother's names on the jerseys yesterday.
Nice. That's awesome.
Right?
Yeah, that's great.
We've seen nickname jerseys.
Mm-hmm.
We've seen, NYPD, putting stuff on mom's name on the back of the jersey for the AC Milan game.
That's really cool. Yeah. Christian Pulisic's team.
He scored.
Nice.
And his mom was in attendance. I saw the video of that. So happy Mother's Day. Pretty cool.
Must be nice to go see your son play. And where does he play? Milan, Italy.
Yeah.
It's probably pretty cool.
He's played a lot of places. He's been around.
Yeah. Yeah, he has.
803-0550, 1-888-550-2550. All right, well, hey, now that the Bills game is not the NBC game that's announced.
And Tirico said, by the way, that he talked about year 20 of Sunday Night Football and that we will find out Wednesday where we will be this year. So he said, so that basically is to confirm they're not doing any special announcement for the first Sunday night game.
All right. But there are more announcements.
There are.
Fox and Amazon Prime today. So we could still get Christmas night, Black Friday, Thanksgiving. Mm-hmm. I mean, Amazon Prime, maybe their only announcement is going to be that's not going to be
Black Friday.
Yeah, I was thinking about the Friday game, but the Friday game you mentioned is YouTube for free. That's going to be Chargers and Chiefs.
Yes.
From Brazil.
We think.
So, all right, 2 more announcements to come today. Fox, is Fox just going to give us another, the Cowboys are playing on Thanksgiving? We're going to find out the Cowboys' schedule today.
Ooh, is that what they'll do? They won't do their Week 1 game? They'll do Thanksgiving?
Don't they do the Tom Brady with the announcement today?
Oh, good Lord.
Prepare yourself for that.
Wasn't last year their announcement of what Brady's first game would be?
And it was the Browns. It was
Browns-Cowboys.
Cowboys-Browns.
I think that was a terrible football game. I don't know what they'll announce. I guess it could just be the Thanksgiving games, which at the least, if if we get 3 Thanksgiving games that the Bills are not involved in, it will only further the belief that the Bills could be playing at Christmas this year. Because if we saw them on the Thanksgiving schedule today, I think we would think Christmas is dead.
I would think so too.
So, you can start to check boxes.
Then again,
you can start to check boxes the more and more we learn.
Does the NFL think that way? We can ask these fans to give us both of their holidays. I mean, I think they very well could.
They might just want to spread the wealth a little bit for these teams.
Maybe. 803-0550 is our phone number, 1-888-550-2550. No Allen on the Today Show. I can't believe that was like the whole thing. Hey, Tarico. Yeah, we got a game. Yeah. All right. Thanks. See you later. Oh, big gulp, son, guys. See you later. Anyway. Eric Turner, cover 1 on the other side. We'll talk a little bit about Bill's rookie camp and the rookie class, what they can bring to this defense. We'll get Eric's thoughts on the draft class and the different skill sets. We're going to talk about a couple different things. The size they added on the defensive line, the tight end, and what he can bring, and also, of course, those young corners they're adding to the mix. Jeremy and Joe, Eric Turner, cover 1, next. Here's the first question. When do we find our first Bills game? Monday, May 12th, NBC makes an announcement on the Today Show. Fox makes an announcement, and Prime Video makes an announcement. I really think there's only one spot for that one, and that's Prime. Because NBC will be the Thursday night kickoff game.
Yep.
It'll be Eagles and someone at home, whoever that is.
Yeah.
Then Fox will be what? Week 7, it's the Cowboys and the or something. Prime Video, May 12th. That's the first Thursday
night game. Yeah.
And that could definitely be the Bills. That could be the Bills. They did it where they were an early Thursday night game. Was that last year?
Was it the Jags?
I thought they played Miami on a Thursday early last year.
Home.
But they were on a Thursday early at one point, recently. Week 2 against Miami. Maybe that's 2 years ago they did that.
Okay. It was in Miami.
Yes.
Yeah, because it wasn't here.
That's right.
Yes.
So I think the earliest we can learn about a Bills game
is Monday.
Would be there.
Yeah. And then on Prime. Yeah.
Yeah. It was last year.
It was. So that was home then.
It was.
Because they played they flipped.
It was in Miami. The Bills open with the Cardinals. 34-28, they win that game. They go to Miami. Remember, they pick off Tua. Jamarcus Ingram had a pick 6.
Yes.
They win in Miami 31-10. They run all over the Dolphins. So, you know what? I'm taking it back. They're not opening on Prime. They're not opening on Thursday Night Football.
They're not going to do it 2 years in a row.
I don't think so.
Yeah.
That was last year. So those are the first 3.
Maybe they throw a New England game in there early.
That's right. They could. ESPN on Tuesday. We find out some of ESPN's schedule on Good Morning America. And then on CBS mornings, we find out some of CBS's. And on Netflix on Wednesday, May 14th, we find out some of Netflix. So the full schedule comes out at night, but we're going to have, 15 to 20% of it by the time that reveal actually comes out.
I'm excited.
We also have the Bills' rookie numbers. Everybody's got their numbers.
That's right.
I'm very happy to report I don't see a bad number in the bunch. Although some positions might be immune to bad numbers, but here are your Bills rookies. Shout out the first name of who it reminds you of. Or like who you left to mentally say, oh, okay, that's not blank anymore. Now that's Max Hairston. Max Hairston, 31.
It's Rasul.
It is Rasul Douglas.
Yeah, it's Rasul.
Is it Jarris Bird, too?
Yeah, but first things, recency bias.
Okay. And what running back would have worn 31? Some along the way would have worn 31.
Sammy Morris?
That might be right. Here's a fun one. 37. Jordan Hancock is going to wear 37.
It's Larry Centers.
I did not hear you. I did not.
Really?
I did not have you going for Larry Centers.
Really?
No.
It was immediate.
It's not wrong. I can't think of another 37 off the top of my head for the Bills.
Is it bad that I thought of Casey Middlestad immediately for some reason?
You know what? Hey, he would have worn a jersey like this at the World Juniors.
Yes, he would have.
So you're gonna be watching Bills games like, who made that tackle? Middlestad? Oh, geez, no, I gotta get out of my head. That's Jordan Hancock.
Damn it!
All right. Dorian Strong, 43. That's Terrell Bernard.
I was going to say Byron Scott.
Get ready, because Terrell Bernard switching to number 8
is going to be, that's going to be a tough one.
Can I tell you a funny conversation I had with Joe Marino and Jerry Ostrowski on this? So we do a show on YouTube and as part of the Lockdown Bills podcast. It's Bills Squad. It's twice a week. We have like a round table. And Joe is a big numbers guy. He cares about numbers, and he's kind of saying like, Terrell Bernard should have kept 43.
Yeah.
He's not a very big linebacker, and 8's a small number. And I, half kidding, suggested, and I'm still kind of half kidding, if Derrick Henry bursts through the hole and sees 8, doesn't he think, ooh, that's a defensive back?
Yeah, sure.
So one of the two ways this could go. Terrell Bernard is trying to lure players into thinking he's a DB and then making the play. Or, he's not the biggest linebacker, but anyway, get ready for Terrell Bernard to be wearing number 8.
I thought that 43 was barely a linebacker number.
Schedule release day is Wednesday officially at 8 o'clock, but we will learn some games along the way, and we've already got one this morning. The Today Show, Mike Tirico was on, announced that the Week 1 Thursday night opener will be Cowboys at Eagles, that Thursday night game. We thought there could be something with Josh Allen and the Bills being announced, but nothing on the Sunday night game. That won't come until Wednesday officially. Rumors and reports as well. There's one from over the weekend that the Chargers will host the Chiefs in Brazil for the Week 1 Friday opener. That'll be on YouTube TV. So keep it locked here on WGR. We'll have coverage of the schedule release up until Wednesday at 8. Coverage of the NFL schedule release is presented by Window Nation, the perfect fit for your home and wallet. Derek Carr retiring over the weekend after a decade in the NFL. Torn labrum in his shoulder ends his career. In the Stanley Cup playoffs last night, Florida shuts out Toronto 2-0. Series tied 2-2. Dallas beats the Jets 5-2. Dallas leading that series 2-1. And in the NBA, Thunder beat the Nuggets to lock that series up at 2 games apiece. Pacers beat the Cavs, take a 3-1 series lead. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
Man, he brings like good coaching to the table, like somebody that wants to coach, someone that wants to help us get better. And, I kind of just used today as just asking him, how can I fix my mistakes, or what do I need to see better, or like, do I need to slow down? Just really using him to help me kind of get adjusted to the level of play outside.
Bills' first round draft pick, corner Max Hairston, talking about the cornerbacks coach, Jamil Adai. Latest on the schedule release, you heard it from Joe. We got one game announced by NBC, and that'll be the Thursday night opener, Cowboys and Eagles. Fox and Amazon to go today. Maybe we find an Amazon game for the Bills on a holiday, so stay tuned. Bills rookie camp also rolling along, and we got some clips, some highlights of that. We're going to talk to Eric Turner of Cover One, who we like to check in with from time to time. Eric, good morning. Thanks for taking time today. It's Jeremy and Joe.
Hey, appreciate you guys having me on to talk some football. Monday football, it's right around the corner.
Yeah.
I'm excited to have the season right upon us.
Eric, I did see NFL, their bio on Twitter now has the bar, like off-season loading, and we're 42% way through the off-season.
Okay.
So we're almost halfway.
Eric, I'd hoped that we would get a Bills Sunday night opener in the 7 o'clock hour so we could say, like, all right, Bills-Ravens, who you got? Start talking matchups. But that's okay. We'll wait. We can wait a couple more days if we have to. So anyway.
I'm so excited, yeah. I'm definitely excited with the schedule release and all the leaks coming out, but also, like I said, rookie minicamp upon us as well.
Yeah. So, Eric, it's one thing we see a little bit of these guys working out with the Bills and, getting their ultimate evaluations, how it was the first week. And sometimes watching them in practice, you see what you can. You've, of course, done a lot of work on the film. So let's go through some of this Bills class, because the highlight I saw of the weekend, it's not a catch, it's not this or that. It was really about Max Hairston and how he moves, and whether it's the speed or just the overall fluidity, the hip flipping. I saw a million tweets about hip flipping. And what are your thoughts on Hairston and his skill set, his strengths, what he brings to this Bills defense in his first year?
I find his play fascinating, especially when you're talking his elite athleticism, the sticky feet, the change of direction. You saw all of that in those clips, and just simple things, like you said, just drills. And so, obviously, that type of athleticism at corner hasn't really been consistently in the Bills' defense. So I think, obviously, he adds a different dimension to that cornerback room. But I also love the entire story about him and Dorian Strong and that relationship, because you heard it in the clip you guys just played coming back into the segment. You can hear and sense the coachability of Hairston, not just by his coaching staff, but from other players, and with Dorian Strong and how they were working together. I found that probably the most fascinating portion of this rookie minicamp, because we know what Hairston can do from his film, from his athleticism and that standpoint. But to hear some of the coachability about him should really give Bills fans that excitement and hope that he can develop into what the Bills need at the corner position.
When you look at him as a prospect, what do you think the first couple things they might get with him might be in terms of coaching him, bringing him to whether it's a more complete player or what's on the to-do list for the coaches with Hairston?
What's not really talked about a lot is that Hairston came from Kentucky that played primarily a lot of zone coverage. If you look at some of the stats, Hairston only played man coverage last year over 16% of the time. So you can see that there's some projection on how he could play in the Bills defense and wanting to play more man coverage. But he's a guy that you saw it in some of the clips. I think it was Dan Fates that posted a clip of Dorian and Hairston working after practice. Hairston has the ability to play man coverage, but it's more of like that man mirror, that shadowing of a wide receiver. He's not really a physical corner if you're talking press, man coverage, and jam at the line of scrimmage. And that's why I think you saw Dorian Strong, who really majored in that physical brand of football at the line of scrimmage, playing in up over 50 games. He had 1,300 press coverage snaps at Virginia Tech. So he has more of that technique and refined ability at the line of scrimmage. And I think that's where the Bills want to shut down that quick passing game with more man coverage at the line of scrimmage, more press jam at the line of scrimmage, to interrupt that press game that they struggled with, or that quick game that they struggled with last year.
Yeah, I'll be interested to see what body type they want him at, because as you're talking about press and when you like the coachability that he might have, how much of that might be the tackling? I mean, Bean called him a willing tackler after the draft, but might be somebody that they feel like, with if he's coachable in this way that we're talking, that they could make him an even better tackler than he was in college.
Yeah, and we can't just focus on last season's tape when it comes to his tackling, because in 2023, when he wasn't injured, he not only was a willing tackler, but he stuck his nose in there in the box and the fringe of the box, and is more than just a willing tackler. He actually made a difference. Last year, he was a little up and down and inconsistent, but I think a lot of that had to do with his injury, his upper body injury. So I do think that's probably not going to be as big a story as we may have expected, because a lot of us, we're looking at just at last year's film. When you got to look at the college scouting staff, they're looking at the entire film library of these players. So I think they have a pretty good idea. And I think, yes, the weight thing, he likely dropped weight, right, to run fast at the combine, show out there. And so I think that when he talked about at the combine with the staff of playing in the 190 range, I think if he's right around there, I think he'll be just fine.
Eric Turner of Cover One on the Western Hotline. Eric, as you talk about these press covers, man corners, one thing the Bills obviously would be doing defensively is marrying the rush to the coverage. And I wonder if when you kind of step back on the entire offseason and look how they've attacked the front four and look how they've also added these pieces in the secondary, what Bills fans might notice that would be different about the way they approach games this year?
I think when we're talking like the reconstruction of the defense, especially the defensive line, I mean, the size, you heard some of the players talk about it, in the rookie mini camp, and how big the rookie defensive linemen are when you're talking Landon Jackson, when you're talking TJ Sanders and Deion Walker. I think the size that they added is interesting, because for the entire offseason, as fans, we're like, hey, they got to add a one tech. When really, yes, they did add sort of a one tech in Walker, and the size of a one tech, but his style really fits that attack-oriented, that penetration-style defense when you're talking getting up the field and getting after the quarterback. Obviously, it's a passing league. Obviously, the Bills, that's how they kind of focus their defense and the philosophy behind their defense. So adding the size, not just like the 340-pound type guy, but adding the height and the length to still, in many ways, play like boxes at times, and allow these guys to not only use their length and size to keep an eye on the ball, but even their height. Think about it. When you have guys that are, 6'4", 6'6", 6'7", they can not only use their arm length to keep guys at bay as far as the offensive line goes, but they can keep vision on the quarterback. They can keep vision on the running back. So if they need to process run to pass or pass to run, they're able to properly shed or properly disengage from a block to attack the quarterback. The size really stood out when it comes to a draft class as a whole. And I think, when we heard some of these quotes coming out of rookie minicamp, I don't think that was quite the surprise.
It kind of feels like this has been a theme of the offseason, hasn't it, Eric? Like the Bills are going to be allowed defensively to do a lot of different things schematically, formationally, than they would have had maybe at their disposal last year because of the new personnel.
No doubt. And I think when you mentioned, marrying the coverage and the pass rush, I think they did a great job of doing that with this class. But like you said, the skill sets they added up front and the skill sets they added on the back end really do marry well, because now they can, if they want to, they can isolate corners and have Benford and have Hairston and the cornerbacks play on an island outside, so they can commit more of the front 6, 7, or even 8 at times to stop the run, or to, again, rush the passer with 4 or send 5 or 6. I think they can do some things much differently than they have in years past because of the pieces they added in free agency and the draft to whether it's marry the coverage to the rush or kind of disengage the rush from the back end because they have more skill and athleticism on the back end.
Eric Turner, Cover One on the Western Hotline. All right, we've talked the corners, we've talked the defensive line, what they've done there. On the offense, the piece they add that might be the most interesting, I mean, they got a receiver late, they got an offensive lineman late, but also the tight end, who I feel like there aren't many consensus ideas out there, Eric, but consensus best blocking tight end in the class. I didn't see many people dispute that idea. So Jackson Hawes, what can he bring for the Bills as their third tight end? And could we see him be a mainstay as part of their offense over the course of these next couple of years if he is able to hit that role that they drafted him for?
Yeah, I think when you said kind of the consensus of him being the best blocking tight end coming out, I mean, I would have to agree. His tape when it comes to blocking, whether he is an inline, outside, on the move, on the snap, he is very good at targeting, locking down, and finishing blocks. There's no doubt that is where he hangs his hat. And so when you heard some of the stuff coming out of minicamp of him making some really nice catches, I think that was kind of the pleasant surprise, and that'll allow the Bills in many ways to, if they want to run more 13 personnel, so one running back, 3 tight ends, he is not just some blocker that's going to be in there. They can run some play action and have him leak out and run some of the underneath stuff. And I think with how much the Bills ran 6 offensive linemen last year with Alec Anderson, tops in the league, I think now you can kind of blur those lines and, hey, maybe they don't need to use that extra offensive lineman who they probably don't want to throw a pass to all that often, whereas they can insert, Hawes there, and they can run all the same stuff because he is that talented as a run blocker, but also they can get him out into routes when needed.
Eric Turner with us on the Westher Hotline. What about some of the UDFA guys that they brought in, Eric? Is there a guy or a couple of guys that stand out to you, maybe not even to make the team, but that you can kind of guess that Bills fans might fall in love with in training camp and the preseason? Every year we get a training camp hero. Do you see anybody that they brought in that catches your eye?
Yeah, the guy I've been watching a lot recently that I kind of become enamored with is Keontae Jenkins, the linebacker from Virginia Tech. I think I love linebackers, and he's kind of that hybrid former DB that played linebacker, played like as the overhang slot type in Virginia Tech's defense. Very athletic, very fluid mover. Has some warts in coverage and stuff like that, but he's a developmental prospect. I think they want to kind of mold into a linebacker, and he's going to have to gain a little weight. He's on the lighter side, but his athleticism and movement and where they used him really shows like how athletic he is and how much they depended on him in a role that kind of fits in the Bills' defense. He could be, in many ways, be like a third safety, a third linebacker, but more of that athletic type that you want, jamming tight ends at the line of scrimmage. And he's that type of developmental prospect that probably is a few years away, but if they can start molding him in ways that I know they had brought in Louis Cine, the former Georgia standout, last year, and he got picked up off the team. But I think they want to mold that type of guy, 2 years, 3 years from now. He's a guy that I've been watching a lot of film of just because, one, I love that position, that hybrid linebacker, former DB position and role. And what I know the Bills do love that type of player.
Eric Turner, Cover One. Eric, before we let you go, training camp is when we actually get a chance to look at all this. Is there a positional battle or a rotation you'll be keyed in on more than others, just to see how it all plays out at camp, whether it's the secondary, if it's the front four? Do you anticipate maybe more competition than years past?
I think safety is what stands out to me because obviously the investment in Cole Bishop and the pieces that they brought in this offseason. Taylor Rapp, and as much as they love him, and he's kind of the cornerstone when it comes to the safety position currently, and how much the Bills love him, I do think that, there are times where the health comes into play. And so the safety position for me, bringing in Jordan Hancock, I think he's a guy that fits the Bills scheme very, very well. Guy that played in the slot a lot, but also that slot position in the Bills defense and the safety position share a lot of the similar responsibilities because of how often they play those two high coverages and having to be a part of the run fit. So I think the safety position is going to be fun from a short-term perspective, but also from a long-term developmental perspective because there's a lot of responsibility and a lot of development that still needs to happen for some of the younger players, guys like Cole Bishop.
All right, Eric Turner on the Western Hotline. Eric, thanks very much, and when the schedule does come out, enjoy it. We'll get there.
You too, guys. Have a good day.
All right, very good. Eric Turner, Cover One. You can follow him on Twitter, of course, all the work that Cover One does. We're big fans of their work, and thank Eric for his time. 803-0550.
So it's Cowboys-Eagles. I looked up. The last time there was a divisional matchup to kick off the NFL season.
All right.
It was not featuring a defending Super Bowl champion.
Okay, so that's how far back we go.
No, because there was the one time that they didn't.
Okay.
Remember that?
It was the Ravens opened on the road and did not open on Thursday. Weren't they the team
that's right.
In the last 21 years, 20 times the defending champs opened on Thursday, the Ravens did not.
But they still played Denver.
Okay.
So the last time they ditched the defending Super Bowl champion for 1 year.
I know the answer. Packers-Bears. 100th anniversary of the NFL, something like that? Yeah, okay, Packers-Bears.
If you go back before that, the last time a defending Super Bowl champion opened up the season against a divisional opponent, the Cowboys were the opponent. The Giants. So it's been... They really... this is one lesson, though, in that there are tendencies in scheduling that you can find, and they don't always mean much. Right? Like, I could have looked yesterday and said, well, it's going to be the Cowboys because they haven't had a divisional matchup to kick off the season in 14 years. And then sure enough, they just did it.
Yeah.
So they can break tendency on certain things, which Mike North talking to Sal, like one of those things is that they could do divisional games overseas.
Right.
They don't love to, but they might do it for week 1. Chiefs and Chargers.
Right.
Oh, that one's a little different because the Chiefs usually fill up the Chargers stadium anyway.
The story on that one, the Chargers opted not to protect the Chiefs game from being picked for Brazil. So Pro Football Talk has this. The league reportedly has picked the Chiefs as the opponent. The Chargers at home, this is kind of to your point. Like, what games do you want to protect? You have home games. You can pick 2 we will not send to Brazil. Home teams can protect up to 2 games. Chargers host the Chiefs, Broncos, Raiders, and this year it's also Steelers, Commanders, Eagles. So they get to pick 2. Do not send that game to Brazil.
Right. And the Chargers, I'm sure, would be okay with it because, again, like they're a different animal, though, because they don't really always fill up their building with their own fans in the first place.
Who doesn't take over the Chargers building?
Oh, almost everybody
People
does.
take over the Rams building. Chargers.
I'm not sure what happens when the Rams and Chargers play each other. But no, like when it's Pittsburgh, I can think of filling up that stadium, and the Bills fans did it against the Rams a couple years ago. That's the Chargers, though. It happens more than the Rams.
So the Chargers, they also play the Eagles at home, but it can't be the Eagles. Of course, they're playing the day before.
Correct.
Pittsburgh, Minnesota, Washington, Indy, Houston, Vegas, Kansas City, and Denver. And if they did not protect Kansas City, we're just like, all right, we'll do Kansas City. We'll put Mahomes on Friday night in Brazil.
Yeah, well, at least not at Arrowhead.
Right.
Friday night Chiefs. So Eagles in the first night, and then the Chiefs in the second night.
Yep. I still think Bills Sunday Night Football to open the week 1 would make sense. Whether that's Bills Ravens, Bills Bengals, it still makes total sense. And
the only thing is if it's too good.
Right. Well, in the chat on YouTube, by the way, for people that are joining us today on YouTube, thank you. We got a bunch of people today, big crowd today in there. And someone mentioned that they did say Allen maybe Wednesday on the Today Show. Like, we're not able to hear what they're saying all the time. We got the TV on in here. So the initial story about Allen on the Today Show was Friday last week. The Today Show said, coming up next week, Josh Allen. That's where people kind of led to, will it be Monday when they've got their schedule announcement? The answer to that is no. It wasn't that, but he still could come later in the week, and we could find out more. And again, the announcements, it's 2 more today, Fox and Amazon, and then tomorrow, CBS this morning is going to make announcements, and ESPN is going to get some announcements.
CBS is Wednesday.
Okay.
I've got ESPN tomorrow, CBS, and Netflix on Wednesday.
Okay.
That's from Brian McCarthy, the NFL communications guy.
Very good.
Tomorrow, I thought there was another one, though. Oh, tomorrow also they're going to fill in the rest of the international games on NFL Network.
Okay.
So the Dublin game, find out if that's actually Minnesota, which there's a Vikings reporter who thinks that it's going to be 2 Vikings games back-to-back.
Yep.
We don't know the Berlin games yet?
No.
The Bills can't be those, right?
The Bills can go to London.
Because
they play the Browns and the Jets, and both those teams are going to London. Right. So there are 3 potential, and here's like your point about the divisional stuff.
Yeah.
Where you could see Bills Jets in London just because they don't often do division doesn't mean they never will. Yeah, 1 game in Berlin, 1 game in Madrid, first ever game in Dublin, a game in Sao Paulo. The Jaguars return to Wembley. Yeah, that's your international schedule.
Coverage of the NFL schedule released on WGR, by the way, presented by Window Nation, the perfect fit for your home and wallet.
803-0550 and 1-888-550-2550 if you'd like to join us. I also want to know, this might be months away, but that NFL Rivalries series, or the new uniform.
Yeah.
You're getting a uniform. And there was a report over the weekend that there are third helmets from a number of teams, and the Bills are not one of them. So, but that's, again, because they are in the rivalry series, so they're going to be a new uniform of some sort for that series.
I saw just a concept out there someone just drew up, which was like a Nickel City concept. And it looked kind of cool, but it's white and gray, basically. Or, I mean, nickel, really. But.
Sure. I think, I don't know. I anticipate these rivalry series uniforms are not going to deviate too far. I could be wrong.
Okay.
But
because that would be, if the Bills came out with, like, silver uniforms.
Right.
Silver helmets.
Isn't the whole idea that when you turn it on, you will recognize the teams because they have a historic rivalry? Not...
Right.
Hey, who's this?
Who's that?
Why are the Dolphins wearing brown? Like that doesn't seem to me like it would fit. But I don't know. Nike's in charge.
Yeah, I can show you very quickly here. This is what somebody drew up.
I mean,
that's a like a gray Zubaz in the numbers.
Let me tell you, that's hot.
It is pretty sweet.
That is the Bills in white, and basically it's the rest of it is, you say nickel, sure, like brushed nickel.
Yeah.
Like you're getting poles for a cabinet.
Yeah,
but
right.
It's pretty sweet.
But you wouldn't know that's the Bills.
No, you would not know that's the Bills.
Nobody would know that's the Bills.
But
and like you would know who's playing. But if just some casual fan turned on a game, how long? Like they would see buff.
Yeah.
But you wouldn't know just by the jerseys.
Tweet that out. You know what that looks like? That looks like something Oregon would wear. Chrome.
That's very
helmet.
true.
It's Oregon. I mean, I'd be into it. I think it looks pretty sweet, but I don't think they're going to go that route. 803-0550 to join us. It's going to be beautiful today. Up to 80. Good stuff.
Yep.
Jeremy and Joe, give us a ring on anything. What do you got?
Bills fans, be sure to come meet Greg Rousseau Wednesday. You still have a chance 4 to 5 p.m. at Quaker Crossing Verizon Store, 3500 Amelia Drive in Orchard Park. We'll see if we know the opener by then. That is one of the things that you could win, because while you're there, you get a chance to win an experience that includes tickets to the home opener, post-game field access at the home opener, and a $250 gift card to the stadium store. That's all courtesy of Verizon. Again, come out Wednesday to meet Greg Rousseau at 3500 Amelia Drive.
So, Eric, it's one thing we see a little bit of these guys working out with the Bills and, getting their ultimate evaluations, how it was the first week. And sometimes watching them in practice, you see what you can. You've, of course, done a lot of work on the film. So let's go through some of this Bills class, because the highlight I saw of the weekend, it's not a catch, it's not this or that. It was really about Max Hairston and how he moves, and whether it's the speed or just the overall fluidity, the hip flipping. I saw a million tweets about hip flipping. And what are your thoughts on Hairston and his skill set, his strengths, what he brings to this Bills defense in his first year?
I find his play fascinating, especially when you're talking his elite athleticism, the sticky feet, the change of direction. You saw all of that in those clips, and just simple things, like you said, just drills. And so, obviously, that type of athleticism at corner hasn't really been consistently in the Bills' defense. So I think, obviously, he adds a different dimension to that cornerback room. But I also love the entire story about him
Jeremy
and Dorian Strong and that
Encore Golf.
Back
on the golf course.
You heard it in the clip you guys just played coming back into the
today.
segment.
It'll be very nice out today.
Hear
and with Encore Golf,
the
of course,
coachability
they've got lots of different options for you. The VRX1 is my go-to golf ball for years now.
From
the
other
next
players
gen
and
coming out,
Dorian
XP1 and XP2, they'll be coming later this year. Be on the lookout. I will be on the lookout for those. They just won the gold on the Golf Digest Hot List, and that's a major recognition for Encore. Buffalo-based brand that keeps evolving, pushing technology, fine-tuning performance, and raising the standard for golfers. If you're a golfer out there trying to get a little bit better, you're getting a little bit better. One change to make is the golf ball. Play a consistent ball. Play the same ball because you play it on every shot, and have that be a fixed part of your game as opposed to a variable based on distance and all this. Play the Vero X1. Play the Vero X2. Play Encore golf balls and get that consistency, whether it's distance, spin, feel. Encore Golf, can deliver for you. If you haven't tried out Encore yet, get $10 off your first dozen. Go to EncoreGolf.com. That's Encore Golf. Congratulations, you just became a better golfer. It is schedule week, and we have what we believe is the Bills opening on Sunday Night Football. It's just a generally held belief. It has not yet been confirmed. You've got some people saying like, oh, I've got my sources. I can confirm it's going to be this or this or this, and some of those people might be right, and other people might be playing the telephone game. But the chatter is Josh Allen's supposed to appear on the Today Show today. Sal had that from Patrick Hammer over the weekend on Friday, have seen it in Sports Illustrated's SI.com. But all of it is the Today Show said he was going to be on. And I don't know there's any sort of, I'm at the Today Show's website, ready to see, hey, here's what's coming up today. Josh Allen will be joining us. Have not seen that. So, of course, speculation is it would make total sense. Allen's there. He's going to talk about the schedule. They're going to talk about Haley's movie as well, which is doing very well. How is it planning a wedding? Oh, and by the way, you guys are going to play the Ravens on Sunday Night Football to open the season. I saw Cowboys-Eagles has been reported as the kickoff game. I don't know if that's been confirmed yet.
It's got the one graph I look at puts a little V if it's rumored before the game and not reported, and I've got that as a little V.
Okay.
So it's a rumor.
Rumored, not reported. You've got some of these Twitter accounts that kind of NFL nerding or something like that.
Nerding on NFL, the Aussie NFL accounts, the accounts that I follow for like 3 days of the year.
That's right.
And that's pretty much it.
And they've got about 3 days to have their fun, and Wednesday we get the whole thing.
The schedule release has begun in the NFL. We won't get the whole thing until Wednesday at 8 o'clock. We have this morning, though, that the opener on Thursday night is going to be the Cowboys at the Eagles. And there's a rumor that Chiefs and Chargers in Brazil will be the Friday night game. Derek Carr retires over the weekend from the NFL. He tore up his shoulder this offseason. In the NHL playoffs last night, Stars over the Jets, Panthers over the Maple Leafs. Dallas leads their series 2-1. Florida and Toronto are tied at 2 games apiece. In the NBA, Pacers over the Cavs. Indy leads that series 3-1. Thunder over the Nuggets to knot that series up at 2 games apiece. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet, celebrating 90 years, being your hometown dealership.
Basket. Final 3 seconds of the half. Neesmith gets a clean look. Oh, and he hits it. Why not? The Indiana Pacers put up an 80 spot on the Cavs in this first half.
Boy, the Cavs had themselves a heck of a season and a first round.
Tough ending, though. It's not over yet.
Not looking good. Not looking good. Jeremy and Joe, good morning. NHL playoffs back to it tonight. Leafs had a 2-0 lead. That series is 2-2. Tonight, Washington, Carolina. The Canes are up 2-1. Edmonton, Vegas. Edmonton up 2-1. So we'll get a call in here, and I have a potential, maybe conspiracy is not the right way to say it, but let's just say people are starting to connect some dots on a retirement, a tank, and a future college prospect for the NFL. That in a moment. Rob in Toronto. Hey, Rob, what's up?
Good morning, gentlemen. How are you guys?
Good.
So with the schedule being released, obviously excited. I think we're other than granted the division games, we're blessed with Baltimore, Cincy, KC, and Philly all at home this year.
All at home, yep. And Tampa's no slouch either. So
No. Yeah. Have a nice day. Thank you very much. Great season to be a season ticket holder. With regards to the away games, I think, Jeremy, you've been to both stadiums. I'm eyeing up either Pittsburgh or Cleveland. Who wants to go to Carolina? Thank you very much. But nevertheless, you've been to both, I believe. Now, granted, weather would be an issue, but of the two, which one would you be eyeing up?
Thanks, Rob. I've not been to Pittsburgh. My wife has been to Pittsburgh. She went for the Sunday night game, Tyler Croft, with the Bills.
Yeah.
Clinch a playoff spot?
Sunday Night Football.
Clinch a division. Yeah, Sunday Night Football. I've not been to Heinz Field or whatever, Acrisure Stadium now. I've been to Cleveland.
Yeah.
Which, sure.
In the snow, you were.
In the snow, yeah. I've been to Cleveland twice.
I mean, Pittsburgh, to me, would be the one I would be much more interested if I were going to an away game this year.
I mean, the one I'd be interested
I feel like there will be a million Bills fans in Carolina, but I don't also that's more just because of transplants and it's easy to get to. More.
I just want to send this out to the universe because, in an effort to always golf as much as possible, the best road trip this year is Carolina because let's go play some golf.
Mm-hmm.
Let's say it's Carolina in week 6. Mm-hmm. Okay, a Sunday.
You want to drive an hour and a half to Pinehurst before going to Bills and Panthers?
Let's really make it a complete golf trip. Hey, NFL. Bryce Young looks like a real rising star. Bills, Panthers, Sunday night.
Mm-hmm.
Let's get an 18 in the morning.
Yeah.
And then go to the game. We'll play on Friday, Saturday, Sunday, go to the game, fly home Monday.
Why not Monday night?
All right, Monday night.
You got to take an extra day
we'll
off
play
work,
on Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday in the morning.
Monday's all about the game. Right, the morning you can play Monday.
Morning round of 18. I'm getting in 72 holes.
And then you're going to Bills and
then
Panthers.
Going to Bills Panthers on Monday Night Football. You tell me Ireland is a great idea. I'm telling you Carolina with 72 holes sounds like a better idea to me. Then again, Ireland, you could also play golf. If it happens,
you could definitely play golf in Ireland, and that would be a lot more unique, I would say.
Maybe.
I can get my golf in Ireland.
I have played
golf
in Ireland once.
I wish so bad that was going to happen. I really hope this Minnesota report isn't true. Not that the Bills would be like the only option if it's not Minnesota.
You could just go see Vikings Steelers in Ireland.
I mean, what are you kidding me?
You could do it. 8030550. All right, so connecting the dots to a retirement, a tank, and a college quarterback.
Mm-hmm.
I just saw this at CBS Sports. Didn't even have to click on the link. I'm already convinced.
Okay.
Don't even have to click on it. So Derek Carr retires.
Mm-hmm.
All right. What do the Saints have?
By the way, they save money this year by that happening.
I'm sure they'll spend it.
And next year. Like, they've been in cap jail, and this retirement does kind of help that.
Okay. So,
it's too late to spend it,
The quarterback competition is Spencer Rattler, Jake Haener, and Tyler Shuck.
Right. Second-round rookie out of Louisville.
Good luck.
Mm-hmm.
Good luck, Mr. Shuck. You're in a division that has now 3 teams. They're probably last in their division, right? I mean,
yes.
Atlanta is respectable, and Tampa's good. And
Carolina was on the way up at the end last year.
Bryce Young's second half of the season was legitimately good.
Yep.
Okay. The Saints. What was the stat we had on them? They haven't drafted a quarterback in 50 years.
Oh, they have not in the first round.
Yeah.
Right?
This was a year people thought they might, and they didn't.
Actually, the last time they drafted a quarterback in round 1 was Archie Manning in 1971.
Who?
Archie Manning, I believe, is
interesting.
Yeah.
Because at CBS Sports, the headline is, could New Orleans lure Arch Manning to the draft? So
they've drafted a punter in round 1 more recently than they've drafted a quarterback.
That's a stat of the day for you. So here are the Saints. Hey, let's Derek Carr's retiring. We don't have to, have him throw for 3,800 yards and 26 touchdowns like he probably would have done. Instead, we will go to the bottom and we'll get Arch Manning. We'll convince him to come out.
Archie will convince him to come out.
Yeah.
His grandfather.
Yes.
Will convince him to come out.
Yes.
Yeah. I like that a lot. And they're going to be terrible. The roster, even if they had Derek Carr, they were probably going to be terrible.
Listen,
right?
if he doesn't come out, where one of the other top quarterbacks is coming out next year is LSU.
Yeah.
Like, hey, New Orleans, it is right here for you. Just sink like a stone. You've got rookie quarterback. You've got nobodies at quarterback. Sink like a stone, draft a quarterback for the first time in 50 years, and call it a day.
The coach is Kellen Moore?
Yep.
Okay, year 1, you can get away with that if you're in year 1. Like, it's different than...
And then hand-pick your quarterback.
Yeah, exactly. Right. Versus if somebody was coming in like year 3 and had to win, it might feel very different. Like, if Dennis Allen was still the coach and hadn't been fired, like, you might think they would be getting into the Aaron Rodgers sweepstakes, right?
Yep.
But they're not mentioned for that, because what would be the point? You're going to sign Aaron Rodgers and do what? Win 7 games instead of 5? Or instead of 3? So with that being said, I mean, Shuck is probably their quarterback when they played the Bills. Wouldn't he be the favorite?
Yeah, I think so.
So, Bills be favored by a lot in that game.
My! What's the line in the Bills-Saints game? Is it 16?
Is it 20? Could it get to 20? It might be possible. They would want to do that even just for the marketing potential of it. In NFL too, like you get the guaranteed pick. You finish last, it's your pick. You don't have to win a lottery. So, if I were them, that's exactly what I would be banging the drum for.
Yeah.
I can't believe they haven't picked a quarterback in round 1 since 1971. That should be illegal. You should have to do it at least once in a while.
803-0550.
Guarantee
schedule.
that game will be 1 o'clock Sunday, by the way, this year.
Bill Saints?
Yeah.
Yeah, probably should be.
Gotta be 1 o'clock.
Listen, I still think we're going to find out about Christmas today.
Today?
I think Amazon's not going to roll out and be like, oh, yeah, week 3, we're doing the Vikings. They're going to tell you their biggest game they've got. And isn't that Christmas night?
Amazon's biggest game, is it that or the Black Friday game?
Okay. The other thing about Amazon that might throw a wrench in this is, all right, let me take the other side of it for a moment. Do they instead want to tell you an awesome game they have early in the year? Because the idea is, like, you get Amazon Prime early. Don't miss some of the best games of the year. Get it now.
Yeah, here's our week 2 Thursday night opener.
Right. If I tell you there's a game on Christmas, you're like, congrats, thanks, great, it's May. Like, I'm not going to worry about that right now.
Right.
Depends what you're trying to sell. I'm no ad wizard here. I don't know.
Didn't they announce last year, or was this the year before, they told us what their week 2 opener was? It was Chargers and Chiefs.
That was like
that was maybe when they first got the NFL.
That's right. I think that was 2 or 3 years ago.
Okay, so that might be a little different. It's like, hey, this is our first game ever. Al Michaels and the whole shebang. Here's Fitz on our whatever. So I guess that could be a little bit different. I don't remember what they would have announced last year. But right, this year is the odd year where they get the Thursday night game on Christmas, just because it happens to fall on Christmas, a Thursday. So the Bills will get a Thursday game.
Oh, for sure.
Somewhere along the way. What's their most Thursday football gamey year of the on the schedule?
But not like the Christmas Thursday, but like a regular Thursday?
No, like a regular Thursday. What's their most Thursday night football-y game of the year?
At the Jets.
At the Jets.
Yes.
Okay.
I like the question. What's the most Thursday-y game?
Yeah, I was thinking home Tampa, but I might just be doing that because they played Tampa at home on Thursday night 2 years ago, didn't they?
Yes.
I was there. It was a night game. I think it was Thursday.
They
They opened. We had been everyone been yelling about them running the ball all the time, and they opened with like 12 passes in a row.
That game they let Allen run because he hadn't run in like weeks.
Right.
And Allen ran for a first down.
Dorsey was getting heat.
Yep.
And that's maybe his second to last game.
Is that the game after? No, it's not the game after the Jags game. Maybe right before the Jags game.
No, it was before the Denver game, I think.
Okay.
What I remember, it was a little later in the year, and Tampa almost comes back. And remember the Hail Mary, Godwin didn't see it, but if he had, he probably would have caught it.
Yeah.
So they got in trouble late in that game.
I'm finding that game. Bills
Thursday.
Bucks 24-18. Yeah, they win a close one.
And it was a Thursday?
Yeah.
Okay.
It was right after they'd lost to. Yeah. Okay. You're right. They lost to the Jaguars. They beat the Giants 14-9. Then they lose to the Patriots. Then they beat the Bucks.
That was a tough
lose
stretch.
to Bengals. Lose to the Broncos. Dorsey fired.
Is that not easily the toughest month they've had with Allen as their quarterback?
Yes.
Like it's in the Allen is great era.
Well, to that point,
that's the worst month they've had.
Listen, you wouldn't expect this to happen with Joe Brady. That stretch happened immediately after they had gone 38-10, 37-3, 48-20. Beat the Dolphins.
Right,
they
48 against the Dolphins.
They were dismantling teams and then went to a stretch of 5 weeks later, your offensive coordinator is out.
Right.
803-0550 to join us if you'd like to.
Is Bills Saints Thursday? Saints aren't good enough. Right?
Yeah.
You like the Jets. I like Tampa, again. A Thursday night game against Tampa at home.
Find in our schedule here. I did get a text about some North Carolina golf. I'll share that with you in the break.
Ooh.
Listen, Bills, Panthers, Monday Night Football. Let's have it. It's just a dream weekend.
It's a Bills fan golf vacation.
Oh, it's a dream come true.
And I guarantee that stadium will be 50% Bills
Could
fans.
that not be a Monday night game? Monday night is,
that's a good Thursday game. But if you want to do a golf trip, how does Thursday work for that? That's not great.
Then you go to golf. You go to the game on Thursday, and then you golf Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and then come home.
So you start the weekend. You start the week with the Bills, obviously. Yeah.
Always trying to golf as much as possible. That's pretty much how it works. Jeremy and Joe on WGR. Is it earlier right now than most normal 6 o'clocks? I know 6 o'clock is pretty standard, but it feels early.
Is it wait, what?
You know how the real feel? We should do that with time. It's 17, but the real feel is 7. It's 6 a.m., but the real feel to me is like 5:15. Feels earlier.
A time real feel.
Yeah, time real feel. The same thing happens when, can you believe it's already June?
Yeah.
That's you saying it feels like it's mid-May.
That happens more with days of the week, doesn't it, than anything?
Okay, so it's Thursday, but the real feel is Tuesday.
It's Tuesday.
If we can do it with temperature, why can't we do it with other things?
Yeah, just do real feel with everything.
Right, the Bills won by 7, but the real feel was like 15.
See, now that's a good idea.
The real feel?
I really like that. Like yesterday we referenced that Bills-Bengals game where the Bills only lost by 6 in Cincinnati.
Yeah,
remember that?
But the real feel was like 11.
Was that they lost by like 20.
Okay.
In that game. The real feel was 38-18.
Right.
For that football game.
The real feel of the perfect game against New England, They won by 30, but the real feel was 100.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because they were so perfect that day.
Yeah, real feel 98-3 might have been the real feel.
I
for
like
that
it.
Game. I like sports real feel.
We should use this. All right. Put it on the table for the next Sabres game. Yeah, they win a game.
Could do it for players, too. Like, I don't know how many goals Jack Quinn scored last year, but the real feel was 4.
Right.
The real feel on Jack Quinn goals last season was 4, but he probably scored, 12? Something like that.
That sounds right.
Yeah.
The real feel.
Yeah, more real feel in life. All right.
I'm sold.
He scored 15, by the way, last year.
I would not have guessed that.
15
goals. But the real feel is
6.
Okay, 6.
Yeah, bump him up to 6 a little bit. Not something I ever thought of, but I'm in. Anything. Let's throw it in to sports.
I'm trying to think of like another really good example where this would apply.
The real feel on Liverpool winning the title was actually like 30 points, and it was only like a 12-point difference.
So, Eric, it's one thing we see a little bit of these guys working out with the Bills and, getting their ultimate evaluations, how it was the first week. And sometimes watching them in practice, you see what you can. You've, of course, done a lot of work on the film. So let's go through some of this Bills class, because the highlight I saw of the weekend, it's not a catch, it's not this or that. It was really about Max Hairston and how he moves, and whether it's the speed or just the overall fluidity, the hip flipping. I saw a million tweets about hip flipping. And what are your thoughts on Hairston and his skill set, his strengths, what he brings to this Bills defense in his first year?
I find his play fascinating, especially when you're talking his elite athleticism, the sticky feet, the change of direction. You saw all of that in those clips, and just simple things, like you said, just drills. And so, obviously, that type of athleticism at corner hasn't really been consistently in the Bills' defense. So I think, obviously, he adds a different dimension to that cornerback room. But I also love the entire story about him and Dorian Strong and that relationship, because you heard it in the clip you guys just played coming back into the segment. You can hear and sense the coachability of Hairston, not just by his coaching staff, but from other players, and with Dorian Strong and how they were working together. I found that probably the most fascinating portion of this rookie minicamp, because we know what Hairston can do from his film, from his athleticism and that standpoint. But to hear some of the coachability about him should really give Bills fans that excitement and hope that he can develop into what the Bills need at the
Sepp Straka wins the signature event, the Truist Championship.
Sensitive subject.
Big Sepp.
I don't want to talk about it.
Why? We don't like Big Sepp winning?
No. I placed I get to buy myself a new driver bet on Shane Lowry. 10 to win a driver. And
10 to win a driver.
He had a lead.
He did.
Then he fell behind.
Lost.
Then he battled back, and then he lost. And I do not have a new driver as a result. It's fine. I'll just keep using Owens.
We're happy with that. I don't mind that.
I can't. Yeah. I'm going on a golf trip. Like, Owen, what are you doing this week? Can you come with us?
Rounds planned this weekend? You off?
Just come with me.
Praying for a broken leg for me for the summer. Just give you this thing.
I missed the weekly, somewhat of a tradition, the weekly round with you and Dad there. Missed you guys. We had T-ball. Knox has T-ball.
Wow.
Which, by the way,
I guess seems like he would love to just hit the snot out of that ball.
So I got a couple of different issues here. One, he's on the Yankees, which is fine. But my wife said,
get him traded.
My wife said, I'm going to buy a Yankees hat. I'm like, no, I don't want a Yankees hat. You won't support your own child wearing the hat of the.
This is a good question.
Your son is on the junior Dolphins,
and they're only going to be there for a year, right? Assuming.
Well, I will say I played at Shoshone when I was, Knox's age, and I was on the Cardinals for like 8 years.
Oh, so it could be a long time.
I might have a relationship I have to come to grips with the Yankees, which I don't hate them as much as
dads in sports have gotten their sons traded before.
Didn't
Odell Beckham's dad get him traded out of Cleveland? That's happened.
But anyway,
I feel like you should.
We had T-ball. So I missed the morning golf with the
buy an upside down Yankees hat. You have a Yankees hat, but you're not fully supporting it because this is all upside down, and I gotta.
It's not a great one.
This is the move. This is how he gets an upside down hat.
Look,
upside down Yankees.
Turn it upside down. Isn't it the same?
No, the Y. The Y is upside down,
but it's pretty close to the same.
No.
That's all it is.
It's pretty close to the same.
I think you should get an upside down Yankee hat. When's your birthday again?
Nah, I don't have one.
We should all chip in here.
I don't have a birthday. I don't.
You don't even have to do. You could just do like the upside down New York. It's not even. That's not really Yankees then, though, is it?
Just give me $30 instead.
Who needs a day to give someone a gift? It's a Tuesday tomorrow. Let's get it to them.
What about the other logo, the one with the hat on top of the bat? That one upside down. You would definitely.
By the way, that's a good logo. The hat on top of the bat.
Yeah, they don't really use it though, do they?
And that's great.
They don't use it on. Have they ever worn a hat with it, like in a game?
I don't know. It's a good question. Anyway, I missed the golf with these two, which is tough. But
we always miss you.
Yeah.
We had Sal out for like 7 holes.
Nice.
That was fun.
Speaking of Sal,
7 holes is a weird number.
Sal's everywhere.
Well,
Sal's at minicamp. Sal's at your golf. I saw Sal. I saw him at T-ball.
Exactly. That's where he would.
Did you really?
Yeah.
Wait a minute. The thing you couldn't golf, the thing you were at for why you couldn't golf, Sal was at, but he also golfed.
Apparently,
you could have played 7 holes.
No one's able to do more things at one time than Sal.
It's incredible.
He's the man of all trades.
He might just own a helicopter and we don't know it, right?
Or he invented a teleportation device.
Yeah.
Like,
so I've realized this, that the T-ball is like the new. It's like the watering hole. It's like Sabres games used to be for me in my 20s. Who am I going to see today? Everybody I know. That's going to be T-ball life now. So, yeah. 803-0550, 1-888-550-2550. That's the story of how Sepp Straka stole a driver out of my bag. I was going to get a new driver if Shane Lowry won.
Second win of the year
for
Straka. Yep.
And then Lowry did not speak with the media afterwards so he could cool off, known as the
Rory.
Oh, it's the Rory.
He's ranted about that before. Lowry has. Like that they should not be. I think he called it. It wasn't at the Masters.
Maybe.
He said, honestly, I should not be having to talk to you guys right now. Like I need to. He said. I think he said those words. I need to cool off.
Yep. I get it. 803-0550 to join us. Jeremy and Joe. What do we got coming next hour? You got something good? I've got a couple things.
Yeah.
We got the NBA lotteries coming up.
Already got in mind.
Let's get back.
Darcy Regier is going to be back with the Sabres at some point.
Yeah, Darcy Regier's name came up on the show today. All right. Anybody want to nominate someone to be Kevin Adams' GM advisor person? We'll get you the latest on that coming up. Latest with the Sabres, if you've been keeping up on this, is that so David Pagnotta of the fourthperiod.com, he's reported the Sabres have reached out to a number of senior GM role type people and recognizable names.
Yeah.
He says, he reports, whether you want to believe it or not, the Sabres have reached out to Ken Holland, Lou Lamoriello, and was there one other name in here that I'm missing?
There was another name, but in a different, not like on that vibe of the
Rick Dudley?
old school GM. No, there was the Oposo part of it.
Oh, right. Okay.
That they talked to or even wanted. I'll look at the exact phrasing, but something that they wanted Kyle Oposo to be a part of the front office, and he is taking a job with the NHLPA.
Okay.
Instead, that's a separate idea. That's Eric Stahl. Right. That's the Eric Stahl part.
And with Oposo, that makes total sense. If we had not mentioned him by now, we probably should have. This is does Ryan Miller want the job? Does Thomas Vanek want the job? Does the after the whistle guys said give Chris Pronger all the money to come in and do it? And what David Pagnotta from the Fourth Period cites and is clear to think about in this moment for the Sabres trying to hire someone in a advisory role is you're reaching out to people that run franchises to see if they want to put their name on something that they might not be running.
Right.
And that's not likely to work. I mean, does Lou Lamoriello come in and say, I'm an advisor to Kevin Adams? That doesn't strike me as something Lou Lamoriello would want to do. You want to
Right.
give me complete control of your organization, we can have a conversation. And I saw Paul Bissonnette and Ryan Whitney talking about that. Bissonnette over the moon at the idea that Lou would come in and take this job and take over the Buffalo Sabres.
Mm-hmm.
So,
but as like the president or the GM or like not as a senior advisor.
Right, make everybody shave and play the way that they play.
Right.
So Ken Holland, okay. We're
Yeah, and I don't believe he's currently employed anywhere. He was with Edmonton as recently as last year, I think.
Yeah.
But he's not anywhere right now.
No, and the report on that one is that he is maybe entertaining offers. Holland's reportedly in the mix for the Kings and the Islanders GM positions. It is schedule week, and we have what we believe is the Bills opening on Sunday Night Football. It's just a generally held belief.
Mm-hmm.
It has not yet been confirmed. You've got some people saying like, oh, I've got my sources. I can confirm it's going to be this or this or this, and some of those people might be right, and other people might be playing the telephone game. But the chatter is Josh Allen's supposed to appear on the Today Show today. Sal had that from Patrick Hammer over the weekend on Friday, have seen it in Sports Illustrated's SI.com.
Mm-hmm.
But all of it is the Today Show said he was going to be on. And I don't know there's any sort of, I'm at the Today Show's website, ready to see, hey, here's what's coming up today. Josh Allen will be joining us. Have not seen that. So, of course, speculation is it would make total sense. Allen's there. He's going to talk about the schedule. They're going to talk about Haley's movie as well, which is doing very well. How is it planning a wedding? Oh, and by the way, you guys are going to play the Ravens on Sunday Night Football to open the season.
Mm-hmm.
I saw Cowboys-Eagles has been reported as the kickoff game. I don't know if that's been confirmed yet.
It's got the one graph I look at puts a little V if it's rumored before the game and not reported, and I've got that as a little V.
Okay.
So it's a rumor.
Rumored, not reported. You've got some of these Twitter accounts that kind of NFL nerding or something like that.
Nerding on NFL, the Aussie NFL accounts, the accounts that I follow for like 3 days of the year.
That's right.
And that's pretty much it.
And they've got about 3 days to have their fun, and Wednesday we get the whole thing.
Schedule release day in the NFL officially is Wednesday, 8 o'clock on Wednesday for that release, but we will learn a lot before then. And already this morning on the Today Show, it was unveiled that the season opener will be Cowboys at Eagles on Thursday night, Week 1. There is also a report that the Friday night game in Brazil will be the Chargers hosting the Chiefs. All that will be made official again on Wednesday, and we'll learn more a little later today. Fox and Amazon are expected to tell us what a couple of their marquee games will be. Coverage of the NFL schedule release on WGR presented by Window Nation, the perfect fit for your home and wallet. Derek Carr retiring from the NFL this weekend. He tore up his shoulder this offseason. So the Saints' favorite for a starter now, Tyler Shuck, second-round rookie out of Louisville. In the NHL playoffs last night, Florida over Toronto, Dallas over Winnipeg. Mikko Rantanen stays hot. 3 more points for him. So Florida ties it up with Toronto at 2-2, and Dallas leads their series 2-1. Tonight, in the Stanley Cup playoffs, Capitals and Hurricanes is at 7. Oilers and Golden Knights is at 9:30. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years being your hometown dealership.
Would absolutely love if the Buffalo Sabres brought him in. I would love to see the Buffalo Sabres go get Lou Lamoriello. He would do it for $100,000. He would do it for $100,000. He would turn that whole ship around. I would shave my face every day if that was able to happen.
Paul Bissonnette and Ryan Whitney there on the Spittin' Chicklets podcast.
Mm-hmm.
Sabres search for a senior advisor. Advisor watch. Advisory.
Watch.
No, it's an advisor advisory.
Advisory. You're right. That's better. Advisory.
Right. Have we not yet elevated the advisor watch to an advisor advisory?
Mm-hmm.
Watch comes first. Warning comes. Advisory is the first one.
Advisory, then watch, then warning, and then you're there. I've had this take before, though. I think watch and warning should be flipped.
That's right. I think we have gone through this before.
Warning, because once I'm being warned,
okay,
that should be step 2. Step 3, it's here.
No.
Now I'm watching.
So here we go.
That's the watch. I'm watching the storm.
First is a watch. Watch is a risk of hazardous weather or hydrologic event.
Hydrologic event.
Well, rain.
It's right. You could just say rain. Hydrologic event.
Or
such a
wait.
PR thing to say.
What about like a flood? Or what about like a mudslide? Or
that's a hydrologic event too.
Tsunami. These all involve water.
Okay. All right,
anyway, people should have a plan of action in case a storm threatens. They should listen for later information. Advisory is when hazardous weather or hydrologic event is occurring, imminent or likely. And a warning is when it's occurring, imminent or likely. So people in the path of the storm take protective action. In the case of an advisory, less serious conditions than warnings. Mm-hmm. Significant inconvenience if cautions not exercised could lead to situations. So I don't know where we are. Let's just call it the advisory.
It's the advisor. All right, fine. They're going to hire Peter Chiarelli to be the senior. You saying that name earlier today, like, who are they going to hire someone that's going to be the next GM? That's my question. Is whoever they hire going to be the next GM if Adams were to be fired after a year? Some of those guys won't. Like, I think if Rick Dudley were the guy, Rick Dudley's like 80 years old or almost 80. Is he going to be the GM at that? I guess he could.
Yeah.
I guess he could. I mean, Lou Lamoriello was just the GM of the Islanders, and he's in his 80s. So, but I don't know, like, if like a guy like Chiarelli or someone that's in their like early 60s or late 50s that's done the job before. If they hired someone like that, I'm thinking, okay, 1 year, and if this doesn't go well, Adams gets fired, and then this guy who's already in the organization is now going to run it. Fair?
Yeah. Well, at the risk of stealing from the Belichick conversation, this all to me reminds me of when people would say, what about Belichick for Bill's defensive coordinator? Like, what? You're going to get a guy that used to run franchises and be the boss, come in and just be an advisor and put his name on it, but not run the team? I mean, that just doesn't really happen that often where guys drop down the board. But it does. But in this case, you're jumping in with a GM in his 6th season and a head coach that is returning, and it's just, what am I going to do here? What do you want me to do? You want me to talk about, I don't know, advise the GM, I guess. Anyway, we'll get a call on that if you want to. There's an announcement from Peacock. So maybe we knew this, maybe we didn't. Peacock holiday exclusive.
Is this the holiday touchdown thing?
No.
Oh, okay.
So Peacock will be announcing an exclusive game Week 17 in prime time. So Christmas is on a Thursday. Streaming live that Saturday night, Peacock gets a game. The Peacock holiday exclusive. It will be selected from a pool of key Week 17 matchups. So this game is likely not to be announced. Remember, this happens a lot where we get to the Saturday before the final week, and it's 3 of these 5 games will be flexed into spots.
Yep.
I think that Peacock will be choosing a game here. We're excited to present the Week 17 Peacock holiday exclusive in a Saturday night showcase. Blah, blah, blah. Sunday Night Football's on NBC one night later, so they'll have a pair of games Saturday, Sunday, and they will be picking a game from the Week 17 matchups for an exclusive only on Peacock game. You may remember Bills-Chargers was a Peacock exclusive, the first ever.
Yep.
That was Week 16.
Remember that.
In 2023. And then Chiefs-Dolphins was a Peacock exclusive playoff game.
Right. That was the Chiefs and the Dolphins?
Yeah. The really cold game, January 2024.
Yep.
So there you go. That's the update from Peacock.
Okay.
Yeah.
But we don't think we'll know that one.
No, that's just...
We'll know maybe what the options will be.
Yes.
Okay.
Ben in Tonawanda's up. Hey, Ben, what's up?
Hey, good morning, guys. Thanks for taking my call.
Thanks for calling.
Yeah, so when you guys were talking about that Dorsey era of the Bills, you reminded me that Broncos game might have been my least favorite regular season game of the entire Allen era. And the reason is this. I have had season tickets for a few years, and it's great because I get to bring people every once in a while. And so if you guys recall, the Broncos had gotten beat by the Dolphins 70-20, 2 weeks before that game.
Yeah.
And so I thought, all right, this will be a good game to bring my 15-year-old sister to. The game unfolds the way that it unfolds. My seats are all the way up at the top of the stadium. So when the Broncos started that last drive, I said, let's go down. We'll wait in the concourse, watching the TV, see what happens. So Russ throws that long ball, and Teron Johnson commits the pass interference. And so I say, all right, let's get out of here. We're walking through the parking lot outside of the stadium, and I assumed that we were going to lose because they were going to kick a field goal. And I see a few grown men huddled around some guy with a cell phone. So I walk over there because I assume maybe something's happening. Maybe God himself is intervening with the game. And so I look, and we're all watching, the field goal get lined up. He misses it. And we hear, before that happened, we heard the whole stadium explode. And then, on the screen, it misses. So I'm standing in the Bills parking lot with 4 grown men, all of whom are 2 to 3 times my age, hugging and jumping up and down like we're a bunch of little kids. My 15-year-old sister is watching this happen. And then we all realized that a flag had been thrown and we lost. And so not only did I have to live with the embarrassment of that, but the cherry on top was on the walk back to my car, I lost my favorite vintage Bills hat that was on top of my head. Had fallen off at some point, and I didn't realize it, and all of which I blamed on Ken Dorsey. So I was elated the next day when he was fired.
Yeah.
So that's all I got, but thanks for taking my call, guys.
Thanks, Ben. The last 2 Bills offensive coordinators to be fired, it's Dorsey, and is it all the way back to Greg Roman in-season firing? Because both got fired in a game where the defense lost.
Yeah, that's right. But there was the Dorsey one. There was a long build-up
for sure.
There was a long build-up to it. Even in that game, I mean, they had 15 points with 4 minutes to go.
Yeah, that's
it's not like they were great that day.
No, that's not okay. That's not okay with Josh Allen.
I'm watching back some of those highlights real quick. There were some turnovers. Gabe Davis fumbled.
Gabe had a drop. It went out of his hands and into it picked off right out of the air.
And then he had another fumble later.
He had a fumble also? Okay.
Yeah,
James Cook fumbled on the game's first play.
Yep. James Cook also fumbled back to himself and went for 40 yards. Remember that one?
I don't.
It got punched out, and the ball popped right back up to him, and he kept running for like another 20 yards. Nice. So maybe they got a little lucky on that one. That story is the opposite of my Vikings Bill story, where I left thinking they had won and heard the stadium explode, not knowing what it was, and we all huddled around someone's phone to watch them lose to Minnesota somehow.
Yep.
So
I have a similar Vikings story where I'm outside watching, and they made the stop on 4th down. Okay, it must be over, and I left.
Same.
What? Why are they in overtime?
Right.
It kind of gets to that point.
Why are they desperately trying to drive down the field to tie the football game, which they did do, by the way.
Yeah, that's right. It is to the point where they only lose when an unbelievable number of things go wrong.
That was a Sunday 1 o'clock game, wasn't it? Minnesota? It's daylight.
It is daylight. It is. I think it is Sunday.
It'd be tough to be that late in the game if it was a 4 o'clock game and have it still be bright out. I think it must have been a 1 o'clock game. It had to have been.
It was
4 o'clock games. No time of the year, I bet, a 4 o'clock game is still that bright at night.
Right, because it was November 13th. So for it to still be light out, it had
got to be 1.
Yeah.
How many ones are they going to get this year?
Over under 2.5.
Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah, and I
home games 1 o'clock. Over under 2.5. Full schedule.
Yeah, because on the road they're going to play. How many are they going to play on the road?
They could play
Cleveland
plenty.
Could easily be a road game.
Pittsburgh could be. Atlanta could be. The Dolphins could be.
Atlanta.
Patriots, Jets. I mean, every
road game.
Every road game could be 1 o'clock. Yeah.
Which doesn't help the Bills fan that loves the 1 o'clock tailgate at the stadium if they're all on the road and none of them are at home, or almost none of them.
Bills posted a video of their new stadium. The first seats have been installed.
Yes.
Which is pretty cool. We're getting where you can sit.
Yep.
Before it was just, precast concrete. The first seats have been installed. You get a look inside there pretty soon. More tours, more all that. Seats.
I guess I'm not really thinking about the stadium closing at all with the schedule release. I'm just totally tuned out to, what's their last game going to be? Whatever.
You don't care?
It'll be because it'll be the end of the stadium one way or another. And another part of it is I cannot imagine they don't win the division. Can anybody? Last year, I picked them to win the division. I could have imagined them not winning it, though. This year, I think that's part of it. I would be stunned if their last regular season home game was the last game at that stadium.
Right. I would agree with that.
What would have to happen? I mean, Drake May would have to become Josh. Or some version, 80% of Josh.
Well,
maybe.
hold on. You say Drake May has to become Josh. One of the Bills' division wins, they finished tied with Miami and got it on tiebreakers.
Uh-huh.
And Tua...
But we just talked about that season. Dorsey, everything went wrong in the middle of that season.
The point I'm making is only that Tua didn't become Josh to tie them in the... what could happen? Things don't go as well for the Bills. A couple of injuries here, there, key injuries... the defense doesn't come around. The Bills to win their division are minus 250, and they are the biggest favorites in the NFL to win their division. The Chiefs are the next closest at minus 130. So twice as likely as the next most likely team to win the division, the Bills.
Would May, though, have to put up, even with that? So that's the year Tua stays healthy all the way through.
Yep.
I mean, he throws for 4,600 yards. May would have to have a year.
Well, one way...
And it doesn't just have to be him. I mean, it could be Tua again, but I think May's more likely.
The only other thing that has to happen, again, you have to remember the non-balanced schedule. Let's say the Bills beat them twice. And if the Bills beat them twice, the 3 games different are very different.
New England schedule.
They get the Giants. The Bills get the Eagles.
Mm-hmm.
The Patriots get the Raiders, and the Bills get the Chiefs.
Mm-hmm.
So, there's big differences on the schedule. It's funny how, as we're talking about, how could they lose the division? We both go to New England. The odds...
That's for me. Yeah.
Well, sure. The odds in the division, New England's plus 700. The Dolphins are plus 475. We're just not considering the Dolphins.
I don't see it. I don't see the path. I'm not stunned by that the odds would be better for Miami than they are for New England. Their offseason they've had hasn't been great, at least in terms of the piece they lost. I think a lot of people like their draft, though.
Yep.
I don't think that quarterback's going to play 17 games. The odds are against it. He's done it once in 5 years. And even when he's played recently, it's been okay, but maybe not phenomenal.
Well, we did an exercise last week where I said, find 10 wins for the Patriots.
And I got there easily.
You got there kind of easy.
I got there easily.
The schedule's not difficult. You want to try and find 10 wins for Miami?
Should the NFL be doing that a different way? Like just lining it up against your standings? Why not do a Champions League draw for who you're going to play across your division? We're going to randomize it. And you could have the show on NFL Network if you want. The scheduled drawing, more than just like we're going to announce the schedule. Yeah. Hey, Bills, here's the AFC East pot. How would you do it? Here's the Bills pot, and you're going to grab one of the 4 NFC East teams. Okay, Bills, you get
you would just
Giants.
Yeah, you would eliminate the rotation, is what you would do.
You eliminate the rotation, you would just randomize it.
Yeah.
And then you could have a show with ping pong balls or whatever you want.
Let's do a very quick Dolphins. See if you find 10 here. Josh, hit us with some NFL music. You found 10 for New England, and you didn't work hard.
No.
Can you find 10 for Miami, okay?
Okay.
Not going to give them one against the Bills.
No.
Jets.
I'll give them 1.
1. Patriots.
I'll give them 1.
Okay. Atlanta.
Where is it?
At Atlanta.
When?
Carolina.
When?
Cleveland.
When?
Indy.
Where is it?
At Indy.
Indy.
Wow, you're back.
I'm a Richardson guy.
Richardson. You are taking a page from Howard and getting yourself to the result rather than picking honestly.
I learn from the master.
You are not picking honestly.
I like Anthony Richardson.
You just gave them wins in Carolina, Cleveland, and Atlanta.
Higher yards per attempt than Patrick Mahomes last season. Just saying.
Okay, well, trust me, it was coming back to earth here. Baltimore.
Loss.
Cincinnati.
Loss.
New Orleans.
Win.
6. Bucks.
Loss.
Chargers.
Where is it?
Home.
Miami.
Commanders.
Commanders.
Steelers.
Dolphins.
8.
That was 8?
That's 8.
Did you include the division ones? I felt like more than 8.
You only gave me 2 division games.
Right. Okay.
2 divisions.
So 8. 8 and 9?
What'd you say? Did you give me Atlanta?
Yeah.
Carolina, Cleveland. You didn't give me Indy.
No, but I gave you the Chargers.
Saints, Chargers, Steelers. 8 and 9.
All right. That's probably not even close to where the Bills will be.
No.
That's probably a 3-4 game lead over Miami.
Barring a catastrophic
meltdown.
Listen, there are 2 scenarios where the Bills could not have a good season. One is, of course, the catastrophic injury that won't even speak into the universe.
I don't even know what you're talking about.
The other is a series of injuries that just, limit them. Because even though Josh is amazing, certain injuries would limit their ability to do what they need to do. You lose Dawkins, I'd be worried. They might be able to patch together. You lose Dawkins and Brown. You lose McGovern and Brown.
They really have faced no injuries on the offensive side of the football for how long?
Well, that depends. Last year, Kincaid was playing hurt, and Coleman
but like what
got
you're talking
hurt,
about, where a series of guys are all out. That happened on defense.
Yep.
2 years ago.
Multiple years.
And multiple years, right. A stretch of time on offense where you got 4 guys out. Their line hasn't been hurt in 2 years. Anybody. Spencer Brown missed 1 game in the last 2 years. Is that the extent of their line injuries?
Yeah, it's been pretty good.
That's crazy. And the receivers, Gabe. Really, it's Gabe, right? Gabe Davis missed a couple games a couple different times. But you never had a stretch with Allen that I can remember where, 4 guys are out. 2 linemen, 2 receivers, and a tight end are all missing. It's always been one or the other. In defense, you've had times where, you have no linebackers and no corner. Congratulations. Here's your go ahead. Beat the Chiefs.
I have it in my notes. I forgot to do this to this point, but have you guys seen Back to the Future?
No.
Yes for you, Josh?
Yeah. Yes.
And yes. Okay. All right. Just
because?
Why did it come to mind? Because yesterday on the group chat when we were texting, and I was in my head, Shane Lowry was going to win me a new driver. I was thinking about, as he started to give that lead back to Sepp Straka, the pictures of the family disappearing. Like the driver was just slowly disappearing and I was smiling with my new driver. If Shane Lowry had won, I disappeared from the picture, like Marty McFly's family.
I know the meme.
Okay,
I didn't know it was from that. It would have made sense though.
That's like that's a meme 30 years before memes showed up, and it's an all-timer. An image that's perfectly done is he's looking at the picture and his family members are going away.
OG meme.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Isn't that what all memes are? They're just old things brought back to life.
Pretty much.
That's pretty much true. Yeah, I feel like
you know what memes are basically caption this photo with something else.
I think if you look
describe
up
a meme,
or it's a photo that describes a situation. You don't even have to caption it. It's just like
sure,
you know what it is.
What's the meme for today's NBC announcement that it's Cowboys-Eagles? Like, thanks. Good job.
Yeah, there's like 75 of those. Just like, okay, I guess.
Yeah.
The Larry David,
Yeah. Major NFL announcement. Okay.
Major
NFL announcement.
It's
what is
funny.
it? The Cowboys are playing in Philly. Okay. Thanks.
How good are the Cowboys going to be this year? What's the line in that game?
The Cowboys are going to be good this year.
What's the line?
Actually, I shouldn't say that. Their coach is very much an unknown. Right? Is their coach going to be good?
Schottenheimer?
Yeah. He's never been a good offensive
doesn't
coordinator.
really inspire any confidence in me.
No, not at all.
Not in me. Right. I've never been impressed. How long has he been a coordinator? And I can't ever remember thinking, wow, that dude's running a show right there. Like one of the best offenses in the league. And I feel like he's been a coordinator for a decade. There is a line, by the way, already on that game. The Eagles at home, they are favored by 6.5 over Dallas.
Okay.
So definitely expected to be the better team. I mean, Dallas might be good and still very easily finish third in their division. It's going to be a good division.
Yeah.
Right? The Giants, I listened to some was it Sam Monson? I don't remember who I was listening to. But, it was the Ringer NFL guys. That the Giants, don't be surprised, like they might have the best defense in football this year. They might win a lot of games 17-10. Their line is incredible. They've got like a hole in their secondary maybe, but the front seven is going to be awesome. And there's a safety they like, so I don't know if they'll be able to score because they're going to have Russell Wilson probably start the season. But that's by far the fourth team. The fourth team might be elite on defense, so that division I think is going to be loaded.
They're going to throw to they're going to throw to Malik Neighbors all day,
90 times a game.
Yeah.
If you're a Malik Neighbor, what's best for Neighbors, who do you want as their quarterback?
Winston.
I forgot he was even there. I honestly completely forgot he was there. That's right.
Maybe Jackson Dart. 803-0550, 1-888-550-2550 to join us. It's schedule leak Monday.
Sure.
It's schedule release week.
Yes.
Yeah. We're hanging out. Enjoy it. It's beautiful out there. Like 80 today.
Everyone's freaking out because I've never seen Back to the Future. This was a known thing.
Yeah, I'm not surprised. Back to the Future, what year did it come out? 1988? 1986?
I thought it had early 80s.
No, I think it's 80...
85.
85, okay. Yeah, that makes sense.
How many Back to the Futures are there?
There are 3. Unless there's a fourth one.
There is a fourth.
About. There's a fourth? What's the fourth
Unless
one?
it's an unofficial...
It's got to be. The trilogy...
No, there's a trailer for a... Is this coming out this year, or is this fake? Tom Holland in Back to the Future 4? Yeah, this has got to be fake.
IMDb.com says, is it real?
I got by the internet?
Maybe.
I think I got by the internet. There's no way Tom Holland and Robert Downey Jr. and Michael J. Fox are starring in Back to the Future 4, we're saying?
I mean, I don't want to say there's no way. Every single thing gets rebooted.
That's true. Yep.
Back to the Future 3... I mean, real bad? Really bad?
I don't know.
The Back to the Future franchise was, the first one is, of course, like all-timer. Second one has memorable stuff and is kind of weird. And 3 is just the world forgot about it. Everybody saw it once and said, like, see you later.
I mean, Rotten Tomatoes gave it a 79.
Really?
Which is pretty good.
They turn a train into a time machine.
You should love that.
Hey, you know what? You're right about that.
Come on. That's right up your alley. It's Back to the Future with trains.
I mean...
We do. It should be watching it today.
Everybody knows that Dr. Emmett Brown thought that wide receivers were not a worthy investment, though, Joe. We'll get a break in. 803-0550. Golf card. Go to WGR. Go to getmyperks.com. That's where you go.
Yep.
Getmyperks.com. And at the website, you'll see like a where to go to. You drop down to Buffalo, and what do you see? You see the WGR VIP golf card. That's right. Lots of stuff for $129. What is it? You're going to get 61% off the price of all these things. But it's a gift certificate to Rick Zarek Golf. 18 holes with cart at Diamond Hawk. 18 holes at Shamrock Hills with cart. Golf Dojo, an hour there. Attica's 10th hole, 18 with a cart. Encore Golf, dozen Vero X1 golf balls. Bobolink, 18 holes. And Destroyer Park Golf Course, which is Park Golf, which is kind of a cool, fun thing. 18 holes there as well. That's all at getmyperks.com. Get them before they sell out. Get your $300+ in value for $129 at getmyperks.com. So, Eric, it's one thing we see a little bit of these guys working out with the Bills and, getting their ultimate evaluations, how it was the first week. And sometimes watching them in practice, you see what you can. You've, of course, done a lot of work on the film. So let's go through some of this Bills class, because the highlight I saw of the weekend, it's not a catch, it's not this or that. It was really about Max Hairston and how he moves, and whether it's the speed or just the overall fluidity, the hip flipping. I saw a million tweets about hip flipping. And what are your thoughts on Hairston and his skill set, his strengths, what he brings to this Bills defense in his first year?
I find his play fascinating, especially when you're talking his elite athleticism, the sticky feet, the change of direction. You saw all of that in those clips, and just simple things, like you said, just drills. And so, obviously, that type of athleticism at corner hasn't really been consistently in the Bills' defense. So I think, obviously, he adds a different dimension to that cornerback room. But I also love the entire story about him and Dorian Strong and that relationship, because you heard it in the clip you guys just played coming back into the segment. You can hear and sense the coachability of Hairston, not just by his coaching staff, but from other players, and with Dorian Strong and how they were working together. I found that probably the most fascinating portion of this rookie minicamp, because we know what Hairston can do from his film, from his athleticism and that standpoint. But to hear some of the coachability about him should really give Bills fans that excitement and hope that he can develop into what the Bills need at the corner position.
It's the Dallas Cowboys.
Let's go!
We will start the season on September 4th in Philadelphia with one of the great rivalries. It's been a quarter century since the Cowboys and the Eagles have played week one. Dallas, new coach in Brian Schottenheimer, Dak Prescott back against Jalen Hurts, 2,000-yard rusher Saquon Barkley, and the Philadelphia Eagles. What a way to start what begins the 20th year of Sunday Night Football.
Cowboys and Eagles. Who's excited?
Whatever.
Who's excited?
And those NFC East matchups just never look sexy to me. You know? Too many years of they're always on in the prime window when the teams are like kind of mid. Even though it's a pretty good matchup. And as I said last time, I feel like the division's actually really good. So,
yep.
Any mock schedules out there? Anyone putting mock schedules together?
What's
for the Bills?
Is a mock schedule not less useful than a mock draft?
Ooh,
a mock schedule is just like, how about this one?
Yeah. Is it less useful than a mock? I mean, a mock draft itself is, maybe there's less randomness to it because you know more about needs and the players you can look into, and like here's one I just found where the Bills would play Week 1 Sunday night against the Bengals.
Love it.
Week 3 Monday night against the Patriots. Week 7, oh baby, this is a Thursday night game. Week 7 at the Falcons on Thursday Night Football.
Okay,
all day.
Love it.
Week 8, Bills at Dolphins on Sunday Night Football.
I mean, these are not the prime opponents they have. We're looking at 425s in this case.
Week 17, Thursday night, Christmas night against the Ravens.
Oof.
What do you want for Christmas, though? You want the league? You want the best matchup possible, don't you?
Yeah, but this is where the league has a problem on Christmas. We just told you that earlier this segment or this hour that Peacock's holiday exclusive, that's what it's called, by the way.
Yeah.
The Peacock holiday exclusive is going to be Saturday Night Football that Christmas week. They're going to pick from the best matchups. The tough part about Christmas is you go Ravens-Bills, you might not get Josh and Lamar. It might be over. If the Bills are...
Yeah, but how true has that ever been? Like, I mean, Lamar maybe sat once in a Week 17, didn't he? But has Allen ever sat in a Week 17?
You just might not have the game mean really much. Chiefs-Steelers was a Christmas game last year that were like, this kind of doesn't... Like, what are the odds here? The Chiefs win this game and their regular season ends. Right. 2 weeks left.
They were playing for the 1 seed still.
They were. Only because the Bills beat them. And you're right. It might not be normal for a Week 17 game to have everything locked up, but
you're right. It's possible.
It is.
It's possible.
And if you are the NFL, and I've got Allen and Lamar head to head, where do I want to put them? I go, let's be safe with this. This was one of the conversations Sal had with Mike North way back when Brady played against the Patriots back in New England. You remember when that was? It was like Week 4.
Right.
Let's not mess around. Let's make sure we get that game, because if we wait too long, somebody could get hurt. A team is out of it. In this case, it's let's make sure we get our favorite matchup of the year in. And Allen and Lamar could be Week 5, and you'd say like, all right, feel good about that's going to be start October sweeps. I don't know. They think about a lot of stuff that I probably don't think about.
Yeah. The Nerding on NFL account just tweeted out, connecting some dots, that the way this is shaping up, if they're doing a Week 17 Peacock exclusive game, then you might get that, this is normal anyway, that triple header on NFL Network Saturday on Week 16.
Okay.
If that happens, though, you're going up against the college football playoff on the same day.
Right.
And do they want to put 3 NFL games on against the college football playoff? I don't know.
Yeah.
More scheduling quirks, though, that I don't know what they'll do. The days of the year make it a little weirder. Does that mean next year Christmas will be on a Friday? Like we'll have a few more years before it becomes kind of awkward again, where it's like a Tuesday or a Wednesday? I don't know.
Christmas, now I've Googled what day of the week it's on. Here, it's Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Monday. The next 4.
So they're going to be on Christmas without question.
Yep.
for years, and then by then you might be so established that you're like, okay, we'll figure out how to play on Tuesday.
Well, 2029 it's a Tuesday, and 2030 it's a Wednesday.
Those 2 years.
They made it work for Wednesday, and I bet they make it work for Tuesday.
All right, so they're going to play Christmas until the sun burns out. Probably.
Okay. 803-0550, 1-888-550-2550 to join us. But we're going down rabbit holes. I'm Googling what day Christmas is on in 2030. It's like, all right, here we are.
You think they're going to be on Christmas. Do we want them on Christmas, though?
I think it doesn't even matter if you want it. It's going to happen. So that's why.
But I don't know if I'll be happy about it. Like, I guess I don't know. I've never experienced what it would be like to have a Bills game on Christmas Day. Because, it depends on what your normal festivities are on Christmas. By Christmas night, I'm not usually really doing anything by that point.
Yeah.
But maybe some families are. I don't know.
Christmas night, I'm usually wanting to go to sleep at 7 p.m. And I got to make it the whole night. That's tough. Dan in New Jersey. Hey, Dan, what's up?
Hey, guys. Good morning.
Morning.
So I was listening. You mentioned, what would it take? The idea that it would be crazy for the Bills to lose the division, and I mostly agree. But that's partly why the NFL is so popular, right? Because week 4, week 5, there's always some result that is starting to form, and everybody's like, "Is this for real? Could this possibly be happening?" So I don't know. I could see, maybe the run game takes a step backwards. Maybe the pass game stays where it was, or also takes a step backwards. So I agree with you. It feels super unlikely that the Bills don't win the division.
Mm-hmm.
But that's the NFL, like anything could happen. So I guess we'll see.
Thanks, Dan. This kind of makes me think about the larger conversation about, every Bills fan's got an idea of the best way to win and, arguments between fans or with the GM himself. Allen and Mahomes and Lamar are probably the three that are variable proof.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you're not going to... Mahomes has a bad year, and they're still going to go like 15-2 because he's going to make the plays on third down. Allen, there's injuries here. Your defense is this. You have this thing that's so valuable, you're going to win no matter what. Some quarterbacks are really good, but not good enough to be completely.
Mm-hmm.
I think it was C.J. Stroud. Did C.J. Stroud take a step back last year? You could make that case. You could also make the case, well, he's still really good, but things fell apart around him, and he's not quite the level to bring it all. That's fine. We're going to win 13 games anyway. Allen is. And, the Bills are trying to build a team around him, so when stuff goes wrong, they've got depth in different spots, and they've got a revamped front four, and they can make it all happen. But, like when we sit here and say what would have to happen, we only really talk about injuries. Joe Brady's had the job long enough. We pointed out earlier this morning that Dorsey went from we like him to he's got to go in a month.
Yeah. That's, though, where there is one difference between those three. When you talk about variables, one of them is different than the others. Last 5 years, how many division titles does Josh Allen have? 5.
Yeah.
Last 5 years, how many division titles does Patrick Mahomes have?
5.
Last 5 years, how many does Lamar Jackson have?
2.
Yeah.
Because
he has another dude in his division that if you don't even really need to trip up. If they've got their you-know-what together over in Cincinnati, you could be at your best and still find a way to lose the division because you've got another kingpin in your division.
And the Bills might, 2 years from now, we might talk like that. If May goes where it looks like he might go, then you might have a legitimate, all right, it's a 2-horse race in the division every year, and you've got to be ready.
And that's where it is a little different because, like, Kansas City, same thing. Like, they've been the May on, are the Chargers ever going to figure it out with their super talented Justin Herbert? They've been asking that question for 5 years. Like, Kansas City's been waiting around like, hey, one of you guys going to get it together over here?
Yeah.
You've got good quarterbacks. Like, come on. And no one has. And the Bills, same thing. Like, Miami's come close, and now maybe New England will. Baltimore doesn't have to ask that question. Like, they've got another franchise quarterback in their division ready to go. So that would be one key difference. The Bills, by the way, by the betting odds, if you care, are significantly more favored than any other team to win their division. Like, by what division odds are. They're minus 240, and nobody else is better than minus 150.
Right.
which would be Philadelphia.
803-0550 if you want to be a part of the show. Thanks for the phone call. Extendo Sports and the Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show coming up. It is schedule week, and we have what we believe is the Bills opening on Sunday Night Football. It's just a generally held belief. And it has not yet been confirmed. You've got some people saying, like, oh, I've got my sources. I can confirm it's going to be this or this or this. And some of those people might be right, and other people might be playing the telephone game. But the chatter is Josh Allen's supposed to appear on the Today Show today. Sal had that from Patrick Hammer over the weekend on Friday, have seen it in Sports Illustrated's SI.com. But all of it is the Today Show said he was going to be on. And I don't know there's any sort of, I'm at the Today Show's website, ready to see, hey, here's what's coming up today. Josh Allen will be joining us. Have not seen that. So, of course, speculation is it would make total sense. Allen's there. He's going to talk about the schedule. They're going to talk about Haley's movie as well, which is doing very well. How is it planning a wedding? Oh, and by the way, you guys are going to play the Ravens on Sunday Night Football to open the season. I saw Cowboys-Eagles has been reported as the kickoff game. I don't know if that's been confirmed yet.
It's got the one graph I look at puts a little V if it's rumored before the game and not reported, and I've got that as a little V.
Okay.
So it's a rumor.
Rumored, not reported. You've got some of these Twitter accounts that kind of NFL nerding or something like that.
Nerding on NFL, the Aussie NFL accounts, the accounts that I follow for like 3 days of the year.
That's right.
And that's pretty much it.
And they've got about 3 days to have their fun, and Wednesday we get the whole thing. So, Eric, it's one thing we see a little bit of these guys working out with the Bills and, getting their ultimate evaluations, how it was the first week. And sometimes watching them in practice, you see what you can. You've, of course, done a lot of work on the film. So let's go through some of this Bills class, because the highlight I saw of the weekend, it's not a catch, it's not this or that. It was really about Max Hairston and how he moves, and whether it's the speed or just the overall fluidity, the hip flipping. I saw a million tweets about hip flipping. And what are your thoughts on Hairston and his skill set, his strengths, what he brings to this Bills defense in his first year?
I find his play fascinating, especially when you're talking his elite athleticism, the sticky feet, the change of direction. You saw all of that in those clips, and just simple things, like you said, just drills. And so, obviously, that type of athleticism at corner hasn't really been consistently in the Bills' defense. So I think, obviously, he adds a different dimension to that cornerback room. But I also love the entire story about him and Dorian Strong and that relationship, because you heard it in the clip you guys just played coming back into this segment. You can hear and sense the coachability of Hairston, not just by his coaching staff, but from other players, and with Dorian Strong and how they were working together. I found that probably the most fascinating portion of this rookie minicamp, because we know what Hairston can do from his film, from his athleticism and that standpoint. But to hear some of the coachability about him should really give Bills fans that excitement and hope that he can develop into what the Bills need at the corner position.
So, Eric, it's one thing we see a little bit.
Hey, this Thursday, come meet Khalil Shakir, Buffalo Bills wide receiver, Thursday, May 15th, 5 to 6 p.m. at the Walden Avenue Verizon store that's on 3393 Union Road in Cheektowaga. And while you're there, chance to win tickets to the home opener, which we'll find out this week, a $250 gift card to the stadium store, and post-game field access to that home opener. Again, Thursday at the Verizon store on Walden Avenue.
Very good. Also coming up, Saturday, you can join Brian Koziel. He broadcasts live from Batavia Downs Casino 2 to 5. Celebrate the Preakness with their 2025 Tacos and Tequila Fest inside the Park Place Event Center from 5 to 7. Tickets are $35, include tequila samplings, $20 gaming free play, $5 wager to use on the Preakness, and a complimentary taco bar. Visit BataviaDownsGaming.com to get your tickets while you still can.
Tonight is the NBA Draft Lottery for Cooper Flagg. Do you care about any of these teams getting a star player? Utah, Washington, Charlotte, New Orleans, Toronto.
Give me Toronto.
Philly.
Give me Toronto.
San Antonio, 6%.
Give me Toronto.
Super team over there. I agree. Also, my Rockies bet continues to go phenomenal.
You bet the under on their season total?
58.5. They're on pace for 22.
22 wins.
6 and 33 is their record at the moment. The Rockies...
They fired their manager.
Wait. After you see the game before?
Don't discount the new manager bounce.
You know, to be fair, I guess my record's not completely updated because after they fired their manager, they won 9-3 yesterday.
Did you see that they gave the manager a vote of confidence right before the game, that they proceeded to lose 21-0?
And then they fired him?
21-0. Listen, that vote of confidence... They should have put in the vote of confidence. Listen, we are confident that the answer is in this room. P.S. Unless they lose by 20 tonight.
What is a manager supposed to do?
They lost by 3 touchdowns.
What is a manager supposed to do? Tell his batters, hit the ball.
Right. Or pitchers.
Did you just take a shot at the whole career of being a baseball manager?
Listen, there's strategy involved. You make decisions. You get hammered 21-0. What are you doing?
After losing,
I should have called different plays balls to swing at.
Here are the amount of runs they had given up in their previous however many games: 21, 13, 11, 10, 8, 9, 6. This is a Major League Baseball team.
Is it?
No, they're not. Their run differential on the season is -134. They are on pace for -518. The Major League Baseball record is 330.
It's exciting.
Last year, here's another comparison. There's so many good stats on how this is the worst team in baseball history. Last year, everyone thought the White Sox was the worst team in baseball history, right?
Mm-hmm.
Last year at this time, the Rockies have 6 wins, or I guess now 7. The White Sox had 11. They are 50 runs worse than last year's White Sox team, and then you get into OPS and all the other stuff.
I want to close the show with
with
a joke I saw over the weekend that's my favorite joke that I hear every year, and it hits every time.
Is it like a May 12th joke?
It's a Mother's Day joke.
Oh.
Every single year, I see this joke tweeted about Mother's Day, and every single year, it's really funny. And it is, Mother's Day is the day of the year where crime is at its lowest, which makes you wonder about all the moms out there committing crimes that aren't doing it because they're having brunch with their kids. Every year I see it, and every year it gets me. It's just such a good joke. Happy Mother's Day to all the moms out there and everybody. We're back tomorrow, maybe with a game. The Bills.
I would take knowing one Bills game by tomorrow at 6, or even like a rumor about a Bills game.
I think tonight Amazon tells us that the MVP is playing Black Friday, Christmas night. I think it's Christmas night.
The Bills are starring in a Christmas movie this year, too. So
holiday touchdown?
Yeah.
They should have named it something like Leaping Over You or something like that.
Holiday Table Smashers.
There you go. All right, cheers.
WGR